You may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact-check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports, put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rule stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. That's impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Toyota is proud to present the 98th Stotesbury Cup Regatta on the Schuylkill River, May 16th and 17th. Enjoy the Toyota experience in Stotesbury Village, near the grandstand finish line, where the 2025 Toyota lineup will be on display. Come and visit the world's oldest and largest high school rowing competition along the Schuylkill River and see a variety of 2025 Toyota trucks at the Athletes Village, near the launching dock. See you at the regatta. Toyota, let's go places.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Oh, he's such a tease, that Trump, isn't he? So what do you think President Donald J. Trump referencing something big? It's going to be biggity big, as I say. It's positive. It's good. It's going to be great. What do you think the president is alluding to? The president of peace and prosperity. 855-839-1210. Hey, Dawn Stensland with you today. So let's listen in. 2 references here, a tease, a mystery. As we begin today, we want to hear from you. What do you think Trump is teasing that he says he believes it's going to happen? It's going to be big. It's going to happen maybe this weekend, maybe by Monday. Listen in.
We'll have maybe before we're going to, as you know, the Middle East and Saudi Arabia. We're going to UAE and Qatar, and that'll be, I guess, Monday night. Some of you are coming with us. I think before then we're going to have a very, very big announcement to make, like as big as it gets, and I won't tell you on what, but it's going to, and it's very positive. I'd tell you if it was negative or positive. I can't keep that out. It is really, really positive. And that announcement will be made either Thursday or Friday or Monday before we leave. But it'll be one of the most important announcements that have been made in many years about a certain subject, very important subject. So you'll all be here.
Ooh. So China talks, tariffs, peace, prosperity. He's headed to the Middle East. Peace in the Middle East, a peace deal there, hostages released. We know that a lot of the negotiations that were with the help of the Saudis actually had to do with Russia, and that's in a good Russia way, not the old, Steele dossier Russia crud that was all a big lie. But seriously, Russia, Ukraine, what do you think he's alluding to? 855-839-1210. Dan, what do you think?
A new Trump champagne?
Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, that would be groundbreaking, no?
Sarah Weiss has this champagne. We all have to get... Thanks, Sarah. Now you made me think of Sarah. Last night was so much fun.
Oh, it was so much fun.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you all. What a blast. And afterwards, we stood around, and I could have... And then I couldn't go across the street with so many of you. The party continued, across the street.
Did it really?
In Phoenix.
There was a post-party, too?
There was a post-party.
Oh, man.
So,
I bet
sorry.
things got crazy.
I know. Wild, and they were dancing on the tape. No, I'm just kidding.
I hope Chris in South Philly made it back to South Philly.
I know,
Dom
right?
did not give him a ride home after he asked that question.
Dan Borowski was the Oprah Winfrey in the audience, working the audience, kind of.
Sure. I was thinking more like Jerry Springer.
Jerry Springer.
Yeah.
Well, you're not as creepy as Jerry. Jerry Springer's a little creepy.
Yeah, and you guys are much more classy than his guests that he had on stage.
So.
No, seriously though, trade agreement. I think it's some kind of trade update.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
But it could be is it all tied together? But Trump, and I love the way he says it could happen Thursday or Friday or maybe Monday. So what's he trying to do here? Because part of me thinks there's something, because we've talked about the fact that every single day we know in D.C., all of this parade of different individuals, different countries, there are active talks. Scott Bessent, all of those, Trump officials working very hard to get some deals done with the tariffs. Or does Trump understand that with the Fed meeting and stocks open higher, I'm looking at the latest, as stocks open higher, Treasury yields in a holding pattern with the Fed decision and Powell, the press conference on tap for today. So Trump administration officials are to meet with Chinese counterparts over the weekend as well. So there is a lot in play when you think about everything that's happening. And there's a little part of me, there's a little piece of me that thinks Trump knows, first of all, he knows, number one, how much everybody's going to pray that it does all happen and come to fruition, because everybody's holding up this president in prayer, right? All of us. And saying, we want that peace and prosperity and safety. And so part of me thinks this is the hopeful Trump, that he's a lucky guy. He's a little bit of a gambler. Is he putting this out here to say, know when to hold him type thing?
Ooh, I like that.
I'm just asking you, is that possible? That he thinks we're close to some deals and he's just saying, know when to hold him?
On a warm
Now I got a question for you though, Dawn. Because I threw out trade, and you've been talking trade, but later, after doing a signing with Witkoff, Trump had this to say.
And those days are over. Those days are over. And, I said before in our meeting with the new and very talented Prime Minister of Canada that we have some very big announcement to make. It's not about trade. It's about something else, but it's going to be a truly earth-shattering and positive development for this country.
So if it's not about that, then is it simply about peace? Peace in fill in the blank. The Middle East? Will it be? And by the way, I don't think he means trade with Canada, because I think as he has said, and I believe him, that Canada needs us way more than we need them. That's why he said make him a 51st state. He can afford to disrespect Canada. And I'm being very serious. But top U.S. officials are set to meet with a Chinese delegation this weekend in Switzerland. These are the first major talks between the two nations since President Trump has, talked about the tariffs on the imports. And, I'm looking at a report, and many say Trump sparked a trade war. I would push back on that. And I would say President Trump wants us to get a better deal on trade, but as well, let us not forget, and they keep leaving this out of the reporting. Every single, if you go to whitehouse.gov, and we live and breathe this stuff here, all of these news releases that we're flooded with every single day because this administration is so hardworking. But every single memo having to do with China refers to the fact that this administration blames China for the fentanyl crisis, which has killed, according to the stats and the administration, they blame China for hundreds of thousands of deaths, and this has to do with the fentanyl and opioid crisis, right? And so Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, U.S. trade representatives, they're meeting with their counterparts in Geneva. So this is a high-level, high-stakes meeting in, you think about this in Switzerland, you know how we all joke, like, oh, no, I'm Switzerland. This is neutral ground that they're meeting on, right? And so I just think Trump teasing this, I think it does have to do with China, and I think it has to do with Russia, Ukraine, more than I think it has to do with perhaps the Middle East. So my money goes to a peace deal, because I think China is integral, right, with Russia, Ukraine. So that's how I'm looking at
That leads
this.
us right into a caller, Sal in Malvern, who has a similar sense. Dawn, here's Sal.
Hey, Sal.
Hey, Dawn, how you doing? Had a great time last night, other than Dan wouldn't let me ask the whole group a question.
But Sal, I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. That's I had a great question, but that's for another time. Hey, I grew up in the same area at the same time Trump grew up in, and I've been studying him since 1974. And this much I'm sure about, having met many people that have met him. He always knows the answer to every question, and he always has the answer to every one of his stories before he ever opens his mouth in the public, okay? So I believe his entire administration is, for the most part, planned out already with what's going down, and he just baits people over a series of times to make it look like, oh, well, we're kind of close. We're not. I can tell you right now, he's either going to announce the biggest energy deal in the world to stabilize the price of energy, or he's going to announce the end to the Ukraine war, which he said he would end at day one, and I believe he knew how to end at day one, and he just had to get both parties to convince of this. He had to go to Zelensky and say, look, hey, you ain't getting any more aid. And he had to go to Russia, and he's going to say, I'm going to drop the price of oil so low, you're going to be broke. So you better, come to the table. So I think it's kind of the same. Big energy deal along with the end of the war.
Yeah, and I think, and you're right, Sal, it's a great take, and thanks for coming out last night. It was so much fun. But you're right, because President Trump has pushed our trade partners to buy more U.S. energy, right? And that helps offset. He has said that. Drill, baby, drill, first and foremost, but drill, baby, drill, supply and demand. And as well, who does that hurt? That hurts. Think about Russia, because at the same time that we have the Russia-Ukraine war, remember Trump was ripping the Biden administration, saying, what are you doing here? We have the Russia-Ukraine war. We're sending all this money to Ukraine. At the same time, we were buying Russian oil right? Because Biden was shutting that down. So put all of this together with what Sal's saying, what Dan's saying. See, this is why we're a great group as we brainstorm together. But I agree with you. I think, my goodness, I mean, Trump has been headlining this for at least a month, if not for his entire administration. What are we at? Not quite. It's Sweet 16. It's week 16, so a little over 100 days, right? He has been pushing our allies, these other countries, to purchase more U.S. energy. That reduces their trade surpluses, potentially avoids the higher tariffs. So in a way, it's part of the tariff deal, but if he gets that piece of it, he mitigates the trade situation.
It's called drill, baby, drill.
Beautiful. Beautiful. And to Sal's point, I do think that Trump has this great plan, but I also think that he knows when he teases us with this, right? When he teases us like he did yesterday, you look at the stock market, Trump speaks and everybody reacts. Trump says it's positive. I believe it's going to be positive. So that holds the line. You know when to hold him, Mr. Trump, Mr. President, and that's what he's doing. And I believe that all of the above is true.
Oh, absolutely. I'm telling you, he knows the answers before the questions are asked because it's all premeditated on his part. Absolutely, positively. He's known these. I think he's had every one of these decisions in and every solution in long before we ever heard it. And he just teases the press to get more and more, playtime out of him. He's a fantastic manipulator. I just wish his messaging system would be a little bit better. That was my question the other day there. It's like, I'm concerned that there are too many people fooled by the media, and the messaging should get a little better to convert the last few people that have been fooled by it. Because there's a lot of fools out there. There's people on the other side. I hate to say the Democrats are a bunch of fools, tools, and paid operatives. You can't get rid of the paid operatives, but you can bring back some of the people that have been fooled for better messaging. And I think we need more of that.
Thanks, Sal. Appreciate you. Here's the thing, because I agree with Sal that I don't want to call somebody who's, let's say, a registered Democrat or what have you, a name, because I do think a lot of people have been played by the so-called mainstream media, played by the media, played by partisans on both sides of the aisle, because let us not forget, the swamp is full of career politician, supposed Republicans, rhinos. Let's just say that. So the swamp is full of them from both sides. I'll just remind you of this as we head into Thursday, Friday, the weekend, Monday.
This is not the truth.
The vampire, as Zeoli calls her. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, I'm looking at my notes through all of my scripts over the weeks. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has, over the past month, he had, kind of referenced a potential investment by Asian allies. That would be a major LNG project, and that would be something that the White House has been open for trade partners such as in Asia to avoid the higher tariffs, buy more energy from the United States.
The world has been coming to the U.S., and China has been the missing piece. I was going to be in Switzerland to negotiate with the Swiss. Turns out the Chinese team is traveling through Europe, and they will be in Switzerland also. So we will meet on Saturday and Sunday. And, look, we have shared interest that this isn't sustainable, as I said before, especially on the Chinese side. And, 145%, 125% is the equivalent of an embargo. We don't want to decouple. What we want is fair trade.
So if you think about this with Scott, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and last night I think all of us agreed on the fact that we like Scott Bessent, even keel, wise. I remember Dom really led that conversation talking about that, and I think we all had consensus in that great theater in Phoenixville last night. I think you would agree. But Bessent has said that there's this potential investment by, for example, Asian allies, Japan, South Korea, as well as Taiwan, among others. So this would be a major LNG project. We're talking about Alaska here, and forming this deal with an alliance with those countries in particular. So remember, Japan, for example, facing a 24% tariff rate, South Korea 25%. So would they clinch this deal, mitigate some of these tariffs by investing and entering into this deal? That's the kind of thing we want to watch, because it's all about the deal. And that's what Trump is a master at, as Sal alluded to. 855-839-1210. Great guest ahead, because this is a follow-up. We'll have the great Linda Kearns. We love Linda, and, of course, big Elvis fan, too. But she is our incredible advocate, attorney, who worked so hard. I think she is probably the most underreported attorney and warrior, if you will, for election integrity. And I'll say in the nation, but we have the gift of Linda. And this is for you, Linda, even though I know you're in court right now with a big case. But we love you, Linda Kearns. So she does, Godspeed. We're just writing back and forth. But she'll be here tomorrow. But we want to talk about this case that Linda first told us about.
Crazy story.
It is. Can you imagine? You have a lawn sign up. Think about this. And imagine if it's a lawn sign supporting a Democrat versus a Republican. These were Republicans, conservative Trump supporters, who were received death threats, even "I'm going to kill your pets." Oh my goodness! So you'll hear from the legal team lead. That's upcoming. You want to hear this story? There's still a $2,000 reward for information leading to this case.
Dawn, one letter, quote, "Your cat may get shot."
Oh, can you imagine?
Ridiculous.
That's a sin. So you're going to get all the deets on that one. That's upcoming at 10:30. Much more ahead. Your calls. Thanks for being here. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
So it goes.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What's better than saving? Save with certainty when you open a First Harvest Credit Union 11-month certificate and earn 3.5% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to learn more about this offer and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking accounts. Lock in higher earnings today. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
And together we have the podcast Office Ladies.
Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere.
Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
It's here. The Memorial Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on monogram appliances featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Enjoy the spring weather with some of your favorite tequila and bourbon brands. Head into your local PA Fine Wine and Goods Spirit store to take advantage of $2 off 750 milliliter bottles of El Jimador and Herradura Silver Tequila. Also the world's first Reposado Tequila, Herradura Reposado. And finally, Woodford Reserve Bourbon, the official bourbon of the Kentucky Derby. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty 7% ABF, Jack Daniel's Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Property Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
A great guest just ahead, making national news, by the way, a Pennsylvania case, persecution of persecution really, of Trump supporters, of voters, just because of their lawn signs or their affiliation. So we'll talk about that case. And as I speak, the Conclave begins. And so we were talking in the commercial break about the Conclave, the movie. Did you watch the movie? And what did you think of the surprise ending? I never want to ruin a surprise ending for anybody. It's been out for a while. My husband and I watched it, but I wish Dan.
I know. Me and Maisie have not watched it yet.
Who?
Sorry, Maisie and I have not watched it yet.
So we talk all the time about this. My theory about, because I know you're a son of journalists, highly educated, and Dan's a beautiful writer. Everything's perfect.
Yeah.
So my theory, just pushing this forward, is another 855-839-1210. My theory is that, especially for young men, athletic men, it's your subliminal way of saying.
You just call me athletic?
Yeah. Well, yes.
Wow.
You're big.
You know what?
Yeah, you're a
Through
you're a
all
manly
this,
man.
I like that. That's a very nice compliment.
You're very masculine. So I think it's your way of saying, me alpha man, me not beta man. Like the liberal media pushback from trying to indoctrinate.
What you don't realize is when I go home, I sit on my rock, I grab my club, I light a fire, And
Me
I return to
manly.
my cave. Me watch TV. Me watch Conclave. Me watch movie about Pope being selected.
That's also a good Cookie Monster.
Where's Elmo?
Elmo loved the Ambrosky. Elmo loved him. Elmo read like a cardinal.
Why did you not oblige last? I asked for an Elmo
I
impression
know.
last night and he wouldn't do it.
I don't know. I got shy.
Really?
I'm shy like
Aw.
that. I'm shy like that.
So,
Me want Elmo impression.
Elmo love you.
I know. The one day I was like, oh my gosh, we get so silly. It was so great to see you guys all together last night and so many friends from our Italy group. And some of my friends, because we've all actually become friends. Seriously, we get together. And so some of our friends that just went to Italy, Northern Italy this time, or Southern Italy, are going with Dom to Sicily coming up in the fall as well. So it's really cool.
I
It's a
am
wonderful
taking
thing.
invitations for riding in suitcases. You just have to find one big
Yeah,
enough to
right?
fit a 6'8" individual.
I know. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah.
Just catch a flight over. Hey.
Right? Yeah, yeah.
So much
Hey,
fun.
everybody.
I love Italy. Yes. Look at you.
Yeah, yeah.
So we have a great guest just ahead. In all seriousness, and we'll get back to it. By the way, Charles Payne, can't wait to talk to him and get his take on what he thinks Trump is teasing, but also tariffs, the Fed, the negotiations, the stock market today looking good. So we'll get his take on all of it, as well as, of course, crypto. That's Charles Payne coming up at 11. But just moments away from J. Christian Adams. He's with the Public Interest Legal Foundation, and he represents, and we're talking about voters right here in Pennsylvania. That's how this started. So we'll get the latest on that spooky letter. Can you imagine receiving this? I know where you live. It's really creepy. You don't hear this in the headlines. You're going to find out all the deets coming right up.
And by the little jewelry shop will stop and linger while I buy a wedding ring for your finger.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kind of crushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun flavors and topped with crispy onions for a satisfying crunch. All on Wendy's iconic spicy chicken sandwich. It's honestly kind of my dream sandwich. I hope it likes me back. For a sandwich you'll love, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
A terrifying letter. Imagine getting this in the mail, this letter, and this is how it began. We had told you about it, but what is the latest and why? Why is it that this story of threats against registered voters, citizens, patriots, why isn't this not in the headlines? Well, let's find out, because of course, the letter said, among other things, "We know where you live." How creepy is that? Threatening your pets, your family, your life. Because you are an American, you are a patriot, you are a voter. Isn't that a good thing? This is not allowed? Isn't this a threat to democracy? Well, let's get the very latest on legal efforts to make sure that anybody in America, doesn't matter how you vote, but that voters, Americans, would be protected. J. Christian Adams is with the Public Interest Legal Foundation joining me now, and it's so good to have you here. Thank you for being here today to detail and update us.
Well, thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
This is not something that should happen in America.
Can you detail for us exactly, these kind of what people were threatened by, and as well, even though we all want to be strong, and it's easy for me right now in a secure building to say, "Hoorah, we're going to fight this." But when it's your home, your family, your pet that you might let out in the middle of the night, and you're looking over your shoulder, I imagine that this individual, this is terrifying. It's a form of terrorism, really.
Well, of course it is. And it all started in October of last year when people all around Philadelphia got a letter in the mail addressed to neighbor in big block letters on the envelope. It came in the post office with a stamp. And when you open it up, it says, like, you have a Trump sign, you have a Trump flag, and you need to be aware that in the dead of a cold night in the winter, we may come visit you when your family's there, shoot your cat, and more. Yeah, and so this got sent in the mail to people who had Trump signs. So it meant, and this is the important part, that they must have staked out their house to find that they had these signs. And this is a federal civil rights violation. You can't send death threats to people based on who they want to vote for. You can't use the mails to terrorize. And so we filed a federal civil rights lawsuit in Philadelphia representing some of the victims of these letters.
And so can you give us some examples of the details of how these individuals how these victims were terrorized and threatened?
Yeah, I mean, look, the first part starts with they had to be visited, right? Yeah, the addresses, not everyone on the street got them. Only the people who had signs out or a flag out got the letter because they were supporting Donald Trump. And it came in the mail on a regular 8x11 letter with a stamp mailed in Pennsylvania. In other words, somebody around Philly was going to mailboxes dropping these letters, and it was addressed in, like I said, crazy block letters. And you open it up, and it looks like it's a real letter, but then it gets into these threats about visiting and shooting and killing. And, someone did it, and that someone might be listening to the show right now. That someone's girlfriend might be listening to the show, and that's why we have a $2,000 reward at the Public Interest Legal Foundation for any more information about the identity of the people.
And so that reward that's active. How would this work? And if somebody, like you're saying, and this is a very serious situation, maybe this is a family member that's concerned, or maybe an ex-girlfriend even, or partner of somebody who says, hey, this sounds familiar, neighbor, and it looks handwritten to me. So if somebody has information, how do they go about contacting and reporting this and by the way, getting that $2,000 cash reward?
Yeah, go to publicinterestlegal.org, publicinterestlegal.org. The envelope is shown at the reward webpage, and there's actually some distinctive handwriting relating to the numbers, like the 9s in the zip code, and someone might recognize that. Someone might blab. You might have too many Yinglings, and one of your buddies said something that he's making death threats to Trump voters. Maybe a crazy uncle you have. I mean, there's people out there who might have a lead on this, and we'd encourage them to send us any tips. If to get the reward, you got to send the tip. But we're going to pursue this in federal court. This should not happen in America. People have the right to vote without having death threats, and it just shouldn't be happening. And frankly, where are the law enforcement officials? They've had this material for months, and do they have Inspector Clouseau working? I mean, why have they not gotten to the bottom? Why should a charity like the Public Interest Legal Foundation be the ones that have to get to the bottom of this?
And so in this, you have this right at publicinterestlegal.org. It says, what it said on the inside. So I'm picturing this. You get an envelope with what looks like you think it's from your neighbor. Maybe it says neighbor, and then some distinctive. It's in handwriting, but it says. But more importantly, we know where you live. You are in the database. In the dead of a cold winter's night. I mean, this gives you chill bumps. I'm just picturing myself, you're home alone, maybe you get the mail, the rest of the family's not home.
And what's this database?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the database of people who have Trump signs in their yard, apparently. Look, that's what triggered this. These were Trump supporters in Philadelphia area suburbs, and there's some wacko out there who's probably still out there who decided it would be a good idea to make death threats to these individuals by the post office. And you just read some of it. And it's like, we're going to visit you in the dead of a cold winter night when your family's at home, your cat's going to get shot. And then it says ominously, and more. So you can't do this in America, guys. You can't make death threats because someone has a bumper sticker supporting a candidate. And that's why we want to stop.
And the threat piece of this, just to be clear here, is that when it says in here, they're threatening people's property. There's an actual threat here from what I see in the evidence that the family is being threatened. And even when they say your cat may get shot and more. So there's even a threat of how they may carry out this threat through a shooting.
Yeah. And folks, just so you know, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, very famous legislation, made it both a crime and a civil violation to do this sort of behavior. So this is hardcore violations of the law. What are we, May 7th now? We're what? December, January, February, March, April, May. We're 6 months, over 6 months from when these letters were sent. The postal inspectors should have figured this out and made arrests by now. I mean, I'm just going to say it. We shouldn't have to do this for them. We shouldn't have to get to the bottom of this. It should have been dealt with immediately. They've got the tools to figure this out. They know how to do this. Why hasn't it been done? That's That's another question. So
we know why. I mean, let's just imagine that these are individuals with a blue sign that says support, fill in the blank, Democrats. Do you think that your clients who you're representing in their civil rights and their rights, do you think they would be treated differently by the system?
Well, I hope so. I think if somebody made a death threat because someone had a Kamala Harris sign, they should be in jail right now. You can't do this in America. And there shouldn't be anybody who says, oh, no big deal, it's just a Trump voter. That better not be the attitude inside the law enforcement agencies who should be getting to the bottom of this.
And so for these plaintiffs, for the victim, in other words, they're suing what? The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So, and what is the legal action? What fruition should, what's the hope here?
Great question. They're suing John Doe because we don't know who they are. And the courts have allowed plaintiffs in similar cases to sue John Doe and then take the time to find John Doe. And that's why we have a $2,000 reward if your knucklehead cousin is talking about these funny death threats that he sent to Trump voters. Come cash in. Let us know about it. Publicinterestlegal.org. We are going to try to find the identity of the people and then name them as the defendants. But the case has been filed.
And what's the timeline? So now you've filed this Public Interest Legal Foundation. It's in the courts, and you've vowed that you're going to litigate to protect the right to vote, everybody's right to vote, not just conservatives, which is what you've said. So what's the timeline here?
Well, we're going to diligently pursue who these people are. We're going to do the investigative work as best we can that apparently the postal inspectors are lollygagging about, and we're going to try to find it. The timeline, I don't know, but we're going to go as quick as we can and as zealous as we can to vindicate the right to vote.
J. Christian Adams, what does somebody do if they want to also support, because you've said you're a nonprofit organization and representing this situation. So if somebody wants to volunteer, learn more about your organization, or even donate money to help, where do they find you?
The website, publicinterestlegal.org. Some people call us PILF, but it's publicinterestlegal.org.
And as you move forward, are you getting a good response, or is it just total lack of response? And is that why you're filing this, to get the attention of everybody and say, we're not giving up on this. We are persistent in this effort to get justice?
Well, we're filing it because it's the right thing to do. Nobody should get death threats because they have a Trump sign in their yard. That's not America. That's what goes on in other countries and in other times of world history. It's not something that is an American behavior, and you have to stand up against it. You can't just say, oh, no big deal. You can't just say, oh, it happened in the past. We're past the election. We're not going to care anymore, because it'll happen again, and it might happen to someone listening. Yeah. And you just cannot tolerate this kind of behavior in the United States.
Can I just ask you, as far as the client or clients, the victims in this, how are they doing?
Well, look, nobody is the same after they open up a letter threatening to be killed because of who they're voting for. Because remember, it means that they staked out their house. For them to find these victims, for which there are scores, which ought to make it really easy for the postal inspectors to figure it out by now. But there's scores of victims who got this letter. When you get that letter and you realize, oh my gosh, somebody just drove by my house in the last couple of weeks and are now sending me a death threat, you're not the same after that. And that's why we have to do something and get to the bottom of who sent these letters.
Yeah, and it's concerning as well. Many people listening right now have such signs still, and maybe they didn't get a letter. My friend Mary in the Montgomery County, I won't say where, she was home alone. Her husband was still at work, and their Trump flag, they had a sign, then they had a flag. It was vandalized. A lot of different people, wonder, am I, the Trump sign vandalized? Am I in this database? Am I next? And that is concerning moving forward, that they're gathering up some kind of a database.
Yeah, the fact that anybody twisted enough to do this is still out there ought to be a rallying cry. And folks, look, this is America. We still revile over behavior like this. This is a country that believes in political speech, free speech, the right to vote without threats of violence. That's who we are, and that's who we have to stay. And people need to have courage, but they also need outrage that this occurred because it should not happen in America.
Amen. Well said. J. Christian Adams will certainly follow you through this court case. Public Interest Legal Foundation. Thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thanks for having me.
You take care. Absolutely. And we'll follow this. Linda Kearns is in court right now with another case. She'll join me, confirm that tomorrow. So we'll continue the conversation. But if you, I know some of you, even some of you who were at the event last night, you've had maybe not a letter, but vandalism. Your Trump sign was trashed, taken, your Trump flag, that sort of thing. So if you'd like to sound off your concerns about it, or if you've dealt with threats, 855-839-1210. Speaking of home, you think about the heart of the home, the kitchen, right? Have you ever noticed this? And we're coming up on, it's Mother's Day this weekend, and then over the summer holidays. No matter how hard you try, everybody ends up in the kitchen. You're like, get out of the kitchen, But it's so true. The kitchen, it's really the key room in any home. And that brings me to Kitchen Magic. They believe that the heart of your home does deserve American-made high quality that you can trust. And that's why Kitchen Magic manufactures all their products right here at home in the USA, in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. So you won't face any shipping delays or possible tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, Kitchen Magic is proud to offer reliable service, custom kitchen remodeling that, yes, you can count on. And this month only, enjoy, this is unbelievable, 30% off, a third off, 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com. Schedule your free design consult today. Do this. kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation. Do this today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football. That's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with "F the Jews" signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 9-month certificate at 4.15% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Your kitchens and bathrooms should be a retreat. Spaces that are as beautiful as they are functional. At Emmons, we customize every detail to fit your style, needs, and budget. From sleek modern updates to timeless classics, we make your dream kitchen or bathroom a reality and offer free interior design services. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com and let the Emmons team start designing your perfect space. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of shit. Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Don Stensland, weekdays 10 till noon, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
A lot of news out of the office of one Attorney General, Pam Bondi. She and FBI Director Kash Patel, they are set to announce the results of Operation Restore Justice, and that's a coordinated effort across 55 different FBI field officers to try to identify, to track, and then arrest these child sicko predators who, for their own sicko gratification.
Actually live now
prey
if you want
upon
to bump
children.
in for a
Yeah,
sec.
let's do it.
United States Attorney's offices, our CIOS section, our CRIM division here at the Department of
Kash
Justice,
Patel.
and our field offices throughout the country with lawyers and prosecutors and agents working tirelessly on some of the harshest criminality we've ever seen. They don't take breaks because our children deserve a free and open society. I also want to just take a moment to emphasize the priority of this Department of Justice and this FBI. Our children. If you harm our children, you will be given no sanctuary. There is no place we will not come to hunt you down. There is no place we will not look for you. And there is no cage we will not put you in should you do harm to our children. The prioritization of this administration and General Bondi has made it abundantly clear to child predators, you will be hunted down and you will be prosecuted. And that is a refreshing thing to hear for the men and women who do this work tirelessly. And it's also an acknowledgement of the safety that we look forward to bringing America. As the Attorney General mentioned, there are a couple of cases worth highlighting. People in places of public trust have violated not only the law, but that public trust, to include teachers, law enforcement personnel, and other professionals that we look to safeguard our children have not only violated the law, but violated the trust. In Minneapolis, defendant Jeremy Francis Plonsky, a Minneapolis state trooper and former Army reservist, was arrested for producing child sexual abuse material while in uniform. Not anymore. In Norfolk, Virginia, defendant Jose Alexis Valdez Sosa, an illegal immigrant from Mexico, again, allegedly arrested for transporting a minor across state lines. No more. Another example, right here in Washington, D.C., in the Metropolitan Police Department, Officer Linwood Barnhill, a former already convicted sex offender, was arrested again for exploiting more victims, more children, while on supervised release. These are just 3 examples that show you the extent and the depravity of these horrific crimes. And we need to team up together with the American public to find the rest. I want to give a special thanks to the National Center.
And so there is FBI Director Kash Patel along with Pam Bondi as they make a vow to, in particular, these child predators, the sickest among us. It reminded me of a biblical reference, if you think about it. That's that vow that we will hunt you down, you will be caged. It reminds me of, in the book of Matthew, those who shall basically prey upon little ones, believe in me, it is better for him that a heavy millstone should be hung around his neck. In that famous verse in Matthew, it was of biblical proportion. This administration is hunting you down. Now, he did mention an illegal individual, but others who are American-born, it doesn't matter. In other words, they're looking at everybody and saying, we will hunt you down. We have a great interview just ahead. But before that, I'll just headline this for you because I do have to go. But Pam Bondi also, since I mentioned her and she's having this live news conference right now with Patel, she has also announced one of the largest fentanyl seizures. This is in our nation's history. 409 kilos of fentanyl pills. It's incredible, as well as 11.5 kilos of fentanyl powder. And if you think of fentanyl, they say that it's so concentrated that just a speck of it is deadly, that you just need this tiny little piece of it. But this is a huge amount. They also seized $5 million in cash, dozens of rifles and pistols, 16 people, including 3 women, arrested. Huge operation that they've carried out. So that's good news for the country, lives saved. Hey, the great Charles Payne is just ahead. Stay right here.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
The Crash-Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into Crash-Proof Retirement for better growth and protection. With the Crash-Proof Retirement system, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on top. It's definitely a cornerstone for me to have Crash-Proof Retirement in my life.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant in Deptford, New Jersey on Tuesday, May 13th, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Think trifectas are rare? Not at PJ Fitzpatrick. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that will work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Well, then we're going to have a very, very big announcement to make. Like, as big as it gets, and I won't tell you on what, but it's going to, and it's very positive. I tell you if it was negative or positive. I can't keep that out. It is really, really positive. And that announcement will be made either Thursday or Friday or Monday before we leave. But it'll be one of the most important announcements that have been made in many years about a certain subject.
So President Trump's tease that we've been talking about, the Fed expected to speak today at a news conference, tariff talk. Maybe you've been worried, stressed out about your investments, the economy, the markets. Turn to our next guest, the one and only Charles Payne, Fox Business Network, Biggity Big, financial guru, financial journalist, host of Fox's Making Money with Charles Payne. Charles Payne, it's so good to have you here today. Thanks for being here.
It's great to be on. Yeah, thank you very much.
Absolutely. So what do you think? Can I just ask you off the top? We have President Trump giving us this great tease. We asked our viewers on YouTube, our listeners here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, what do you think this is about? Our guesstimate is maybe it has to do with something with Asian allies and maybe some kind of a deal that has to do with drill, baby drill, energy, and LNG. What's your take on all of this? And what do you think is going to happen?
It sounded a little bigger than that.
Okay.
I mean, we've already made some really big strides on those kind of things anyway. He mentioned Anwar during the Q&A thing yesterday with the reporter, so he kind of brought that up. Yeah, so I would lean toward a major trade deal, perhaps Japan, South Korea, or some sort of ceasefire with Russia. Something big, maybe Russia agreeing to a ceasefire.
Let's hope, or maybe all of the above.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
What do you make of as far as the Fed? And sometimes I talk about bias by omission, and I talk about the media a whole lot with a background in journalism and television news. That's most of my career. And so when I look at what's going on with the Fed, with the headlines, and we see so much doom and gloom, the recession word, all of that. When you look out, Charles Payne, what do you see as far as positive and the negatives?
The positives I see is that Americans, while they are saying in surveys they are worried, are acting very confidently. Good. One survey that is worthwhile is when they put all the right track, wrong track numbers together. It's still significantly higher right track. It's at the highest level it's been in many years. But even more importantly, putting your money where your mouth is. We've had a record amount of money from retail, Main Street investors going to the stock market during the dip last month. And so, yeah, you put a clipboard in front of them, they're saying they're concerned and nervous, and it's so disingenuous to the media to say, wow, do you see this? Yeah, you made them concerned and nervous. The same people that voted for tariffs, you told them would end the world, would end everything. It's the negativity. There's never been a negative campaign, media campaign to this degree, ever. We've seen it. We've seen it in the actual numbers, but also in all these various surveys where, spontaneously people would bring up how they've heard negative things about the administration's policies. And it's not even close compared to anything in history, nothing. The negativity on this, it's been more than COVID, more than the great financial crisis, more than 9/11. That's how much the media has stoked this bad boy. And with that as in the background, we're actually holding in pretty good. For all the hair on fire stuff with the stock market, it's been sort of a run-of-the-mill pullback. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And by the way, we get one on average out of the last 100 years, we had 104, 10%. And every 4 or 5 years, we get one at 20%.
Amen. What do you make of, there are a lot of headlines this morning. Axios, Congress erupts over Trump's billion-dollar crypto deal. ABC News has been talking this week about the Trump family crypto venture. They're always going after the whole family. if you notice, tapped as part of that $2 billion Emirate-backed investment deal. And then MSNBC, of course, no surprise, is the White House for sale, talking about crypto. More and more, Charles, I hear people, especially people, let's say, under the age of 30, talking about crypto. Is that the future? And can you take us through and explain why you think it's the future, if you do?
I own some Bitcoin. I've always put some money aside to buy other cryptocurrencies. I have not yet. I love the story. I love the idea of it, and I hope it remains, true to its ethos and its origins. And it's a device that we can use with less government intrusion, where governments won't be able to print it, so thereby losing its value, where it won't be easily manipulated by the powers that be. So I do love all of those things about it. And you're right. Young people absolutely love it, and young investors absolutely love it without a doubt. And because they see it as their chance to get in the game, so to speak. Because they feel like everything is stacked against them. You may have seen these memes. They're always all over the place, where you got a bunch of old folks partying, and someone says, "Yeah, look at them partying because they bought a house for $5 and just sold it for $5 million." That kind of thing. There's a lot of resentment out there also with these young folks. But crypto helped the election. Crypto helped Trump win a lot of those young votes. And and the Democrats, there's some who are out there saying, hey, in New Jersey, for instance, there's a big Democratic race, and they're trying to warm up to crypto because, this idea of pushing back against it feels like you're protecting the status quo. What is the status quo? The people who have benefited the most in this country in the last 30 years are by far people who own assets. These are assets, though, that are so overpriced compared to someone coming into the workforce that they believe that there's only way they can catch up and have a competitive life equal to the standard that their parents, grandparents, and everyone else had is through cryptocurrency.
And it's because crypto, and just to explain it a little bit, because I know some people are very wary of it, and tell me if I'm wrong, but essentially there's only so much of it. So it's not like you said, Charles, where you can print more of it. It's like, picture a pot of gold. There's the pot. You can invest in that pot. Once everybody has invested in that, it's done, and it's independent of our government.
Right. That's the story for Bitcoin, not all crypto, but that is the story for Bitcoin.
And so what's the difference between Bitcoin and the others?
Oh, there's so many of them, Golly. It's just it's literally
in Charles'
thousands
next
and
book.
thousands
Right.
and thousands. Yeah, and the next book's plural, right? You'll have the whole, like the old encyclopedia thing. We'll have A through Z. No, it's a big thing. And, here's the most important part with respect to the Trump family. As long as things are done above board, I just find it amazing the same folks that somehow thought that Joe Biden's son had artistic ability and could sell a painting for $500,000 really didn't see it was influenced by via the artwork, right? I mean, and I'll use air quotes around the word artwork. It's you can't feign or look the other way for so long, and Wall Street. One thing I learned right away is that you have to just let people know. There has to be, the key word here is transparency. They're reporting on things because they know about them. These aren't backroom deals. These aren't deals that are cloaked in secret or opaque. So they say, hey, we're doing this deal. These are the investors. Make of it what you will. They have a right to try to make seek a fortune because, honestly, in his first term, Trump and his family lost a lot of money. I drive into work every day from New Jersey, and they took his name. There was such a premium on the Trump name that these buildings would pay him millions of dollars just to put his name on the building because his name represented equality, excellence, and all of those things. They ripped them all down. They ripped his name down everywhere. He lost a lot of cash. So they have a right to try to make money. We have a right as citizens to know what they're doing. And as long as they provide that information, I'm okay with it. And if anybody wants to dive into it, that's fine. The headlines are unfortunate.
Yeah, that's true. I know that so much of our audience knows you, knows your backstory, all the books you've authored, Unbreakable Investor and Unstoppable Prosperity, etc. But, just for those who might not realize your background, because let's face it, I mean, you're a biggity big. You're on Fox Business, you're on Fox News, always beautifully dressed and coiffed. But you have very humble, you're a very handsome guy. That's why, Trump loves you, right? But you have humble beginnings, and I think a love for military, law enforcement. You have very humble beginnings.
Yeah. I was born in Harlem, and my father was in the Army, so we were out of there, and I grew up. My first half of my childhood, beautiful. I mean, we lived all over. We moved every year, and so I lived in Japan, I lived in Germany, I lived in Texas, and I lived in Alabama, I lived in Virginia, North Carolina, and so we were living in Fort Lee, Virginia. I was 13, and I came home from work, and my parents were having problems, and so my mom said, we're leaving. So me and my mom and my two younger brothers got on a bus, and we had no money at all. Fort Lee, Virginia, 2-story house. Staircase like the Brady Bunch. It was a beautiful life, beautiful life. Didn't lock the doors. And we went to Harlem from there, which at the time was the poorest, most dangerous congressional district in America. And it was night and day. It was really pure hell, pure hell. Although there was a good part, the energy was phenomenal. And I remember the very first time, Kate, when we got there, we took the subway train. That was amazing, and it was loud, and it was this big iron thing, and we walked up the stairs, and we had these tall buildings and music everywhere. And the first time I saw a girl's double Dutch jump rope, so those things were exciting. But, poverty and violence I'd never known like that to that degree.
And so, but you ended up yourself in the military.
Yeah. So, but first, though, my interest in the market began there because I never thought about money before. Never. So I started hustling right away. I would clean windows at stoplights. I got a job at a bodega. I shoveled snow. I packed bags at the grocery stores. We had nothing. We had zero. All four of us lived in a room. We had zero from always having go in the house. I make 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, a big glass of orange juice, and go back outside and play. That was our life. It was a beautiful life. And then we had zero. And then we had no heat, no hot water. So I just said, I got to make some money. And so I started reading the journal when I was 13. When I was 14, I told my mom I'm going to work I'm going to work on Wall Street. And I signed up for the Air Force when I was 17 years old. I always knew I was going to go in the military. My father and we talked about it. I went to college while I was in the military, got out, got a job at E.F. Hutton in New York City, and just started building from there.
Charles, can I ask you, do you have any thoughts of running for office? If I could take an AI candidate, somebody like you, seriously, I'd vote for you,
yeah.
Right, Dan? Do you have thoughts about running for office?
In the past, I have. I just see it up close. I've interviewed 1,000,001 senators and Congress people, and it's such a dirty, rotten game. I would be able to do it. I would love to be able to do it if I could do it similar to the way Trump is doing it, and not be beholden to anyone except the people. If I had to raise money from anybody and they could call me up and say, hey, the campaign contribution, what about the bridge? What about this? I wouldn't want to do it.
I hear you. Charles Payne. Well, if you do, you can announce it here. Thank you so much. Seriously, you have a lot of big fans, a lot of love here, and we just appreciate you.
It.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Charles Payne. Fox Business. You can catch him on Fox Business. It's going to make you money. Save you money and make you money. Thanks, Dan, for booking Charles Payne.
And great question on running for office. It'd be really cool to see him do that, right?
Yeah, I could see, and Trump loves, especially the well-dressed man. He loves television people, you know what I mean? And so you just wonder if maybe in the next 4 years he would ask, that would be pretty cool if he ended up in the administration.
Yeah.
Just an important voice.
He doesn't already have a spot. You look around in the White House and
probably makes too much money.
Fox News. That's true. I wonder if he was offered a spot.
Yeah, I should have asked that.
Yeah.
Darn.
I don't know if he'd reveal that though.
Yeah, probably too gracious to reveal it. But
hey, side note.
Yes.
You have an eyeglass repair kit on you?
I do not.
Oh, Don, you have everything on you. You're like the.
Maybe I do. I have a sewing kit.
You probably have a Swiss Army knife in there, right?
I probably have a Swiss Army knife.
If you have a sewing kit, maybe I could use
mace.
That. Sorry. My sunglasses are broken.
You broke your,
Yeah, just got them, too.
Not reading glasses.
Made in China, Dawn.
China.
This is the kind of junk we're dealing with these.
How about the fact last night, a little bit of trivia, if you did not join us there in Phoenixville at the theater, it was so much fun. Thanks to those of you who came out. But how about the fact, I don't think Zioli knew what I was talking about with Temu.
Oh, no, he definitely didn't. No,
right?
No, he didn't.
he had no, like my husband just,
He spends too much time at Sprouts.
Yeah.
Or at Wegmans.
I know, Wegmans, with watching the.
He still does all his shopping in person, it seems.
Yeah, he's shopping at Wegmans, helping Bridget, got the kids. He's cooking with the kids, which I love those videos.
How does he not know Temu, though?
He doesn't know Temu.
Come on.
I kind of loved that.
Did you quit your Temu?
Of course I did, because Larry told everybody and shamed me.
That's true.
It was like because I
was that like a thing when you went home? Like, was there a?
Because he was like, "What is this? Where did you're buying stuff?"
No. I mean, when he revealed, like he exposed you, did you go home like angrily and were like,
he's telling
what are you doing? Telling everyone I was on Temu.
Because he's telling everybody in the family, 99.9% of our family, well, 99% conservative. So they're all like, "What? Dawn shops on Temu, China." I mean, so he had Larry like shamed me. Satan, not made in the USA. So
we joke, but we're serious. I mean,
I know.
Like you did it, and you didn't do it intentionally. Like you were like, and now you regret it.
I know. I regret. I confess.
Zeoli had no idea.
Forgive me, Father, for I've sinned.
Because you threw that out there, and he like kind of played along at first. Then someone else mentioned Temu. He's like, "What the hell's Temu?"
Yeah, it's like, what is she talking about? So funny. Well, I kind of love that he didn't know, but yeah, Larry's like, and now everything. I'm not a big online shopper except for that one thing. He's like, and everything that came is, you support slavery. I'm like, what?
Wow.
The poor Uyghurs probably made this thing. Yeah, that was what I got at home.
Oh
so I stopped. Okay.
Yeah, from Larry.
But it's like really.
Did you get that from David too?
Oh yeah. Then the kids picked up on it.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh,
totally.
okay.
No more Temu. Sorry. And then they hound you even if you delete the app. You delete it. Like you'll get a text or an email. And then they have the spinny wheel.
The spinny wheel.
They're like, we're giving you 20%. Okay, 40%. You have $27
You can buy an $8 product for 50 cents.
You can buy
today.
100 things and it's like stuff you could use, for yard work.
Why do I need a shaving kit?
Yeah.
I use an electric razor.
Yeah. A little hand sewing machine.
Yes.
And it actually works.
Why do I need a pair of warming socks?
See? But no more. It's all deleted. Push the delete. Put it in the trash can.
It was an amazing event, though, last night.
It was so much fun.
The fans are just wonderful.
I know.
They
We
really
love
are.
you guys.
Yeah.
We're all in this together. But yeah, if you get a letter, neighbor, it sounds like a movie. Neighbor, we are watching you. You are in the database.
That was a movie. That was a TV show.
Wasn't it? Doesn't that sound like
Wait,
it?
what was that?
Neighbor.
Wasn't there an M. Night Shyamalan TV show that just came
It
out?
does sound like an M. Night movie.
TV show,
Like
Neighbor.
Children of the Corn meets Boogeyman.
No, not The Servant. There was definitely, a couple years ago, there was a show about a person that moves into a new house and all of a sudden in their mailbox started appearing threatening letters.
Right. It was based on a true story
Yeah.
in New Jersey.
Yes.
Yes.
It's crazy.
You're right.
Yep, real life repeats.
Whoa. No, that would, trust me, that would freak me out.
Oh, yeah.
Then you got to get 3 big dogs. You know what I mean? They're going to threaten a cat. Did you notice that? They're threatening the cat. They didn't threaten the dog.
The show is The Watcher.
The Watcher.
The Watcher.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, Ryan Murphy, not M. Night Shyamalan.
Very, well, it sounds like an M. Night.
It does, yeah.
It would have been better with M. Night.
A fictionalized version of a situation that played out in Westfield, New Jersey.
So spooky.
Yeah.
All right, 855-839-1210. Also, if you saw the movie The Conclave, I do want to hear from you. I guess nobody has really seen it with the exception of Henry Mashett, right? Nobody else has seen it.
Dom has.
Dom did see it?
I'm pretty sure. You might want, if you want to bring him in on a conversation. I think he's here.
Yeah, we have to ask Dom.
Yeah.
Do we have to take a break first?
Yeah, we do, and I have to ask him if he wants to.
Yeah, because Dom's like,
but
what?
He's also prepping for his
show. Yeah, he's
so.
prepping for a show. We were out late last night. He did look very handsome and coiffed in his all-black
with
ensemble last night.
And I liked his shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Did you help him pick out those shoes?
No, that was Ro.
Wow, Ro.
Yeah. She's got some style.
Because he had the black sleek look with the
He's
the
not even
shirt
listening right now.
Yeah, and the pants that were all hip and cool.
Dom,
and
put on your
brown shoes.
headphones.
I know. He's not listening.
Dom. No, he doesn't.
We'll take a break.
Yeah, I got to get his attention.
Maybe we'll get Dom's attention. Maybe he's ignoring us on purpose. 855-839-1210. We'll be right back.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't.
Yeah.
They had a nice stretch for football, that's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with "F the Jews" signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The conclave begins. Breaking news as the Cardinals, a sea of red, they take the oath, the secret oath. But have you seen?
But we will all be watching right now.
And there's live coverage all across the board as the world watches. Will the Pope be chosen, the next Pope be chosen? On day one, we will only know if we see the white smoke, if we see the black smoke, the secret ballots being burned, and we know no Pope. And then they start all over tomorrow. We wanted to bring in our own Dom Giordano. First of all, Dom, you were looking very dapper last night.
Beautiful.
What a great time last night.
Well, thank you, Dawn. And the leather jacket was very, very
Thank you.
appropriate and fitting. If we had Diana Dower, you weren't there, for every person that came up and saying, I want a VIP picture. Where is Dawn Stensland? I'm not taking a picture until then. Some of them trying to go around. We've already taken the pictures. Come on now.
We all know who they're truly paying to take a picture with.
Yeah,
Come
that's
on.
right.
It's
So
not,
it
it's
was
not down
that.
here.
Yeah, I know. And three of us standing there, Suddenly, when Dawn, there were 7 or 8 people in a picture. I don't know how that happened.
Who picked out the shoes, Dom? We were talking about that before the break.
Oh, I picked them out.
Oh,
Since
you
I've been
did.
on for a while.
No,
I did.
Very
yeah,
hip.
no, Rody picked them out.
We don't believe you.
I don't believe you at all.
Ro, call in.
Maybe Dawn can go to Ro to call in.
It was a heck of a sale at DWS, I think. That's what it was.
DSW.
Yeah. DSW had a better one, though, yes.
Yeah, I knew what you meant. At least it's not Temu. We're going there. So, Dom, we were talking about the movie The Conclave,
Yes.
which I think more people will watch just to get it's beautifully shot, beautifully filmed. But Dan had not seen it yet with Maisie, Catholic schoolgirl, right? But I wondered what your take was on the movie Conclave as more and more people watch it.
And can I also just throw out there,
Yeah.
potential spoiler alert if you haven't seen it, because I want you guys to speak
thank
freely
you.
about the movie, because I think there's something that you guys want to address in the film. So spoiler alert.
Because there's a surprise ending.
Yeah, it's a bad ending. I won't go into it. It really, really compromised. It's the type of thing you stand up as you're walking out and start screaming back at the screen, because Ralph Fiennes, as the lead cardinal and then potential candidate for Pope, should have won all the awards. It was brilliant, the intrigue, the whole thing. And Dawn, we know there is a holiness attached to this, but the politics rival, I think, what we would see in the Senate, the type of stuff, the alliances, et cetera. So they put in, they spoiled the film at the end, and I'm not going to say anything about the end specifically, but the film is great. Deserved Film of the Year.
Yeah.
As bad as the end is, it's that good. They threw in something unnecessary to out a particular cardinal around a Muslim attack is in there. You'll see that I thought was unnecessary. I mean, they had it. It was a grabber. They didn't have to pile on what they did toward the end of the film. The rest of it was just brilliantly done, and I believe to be very accurate.
And it was beautifully done. I disagree with you, Dom.
Okay.
Because, and I'm going to, okay, so if you've not seen it and you don't want me to say the ending, here's your alert.
All right, there you
Spoiler
go.
alert.
All
I'm going
right.
to say it, okay? So in the end, in this beautifully done, and it shows, Sistine Chapel, and it's just incredible to see this, all of the the real life scenery, and I think it is based on, they were very careful to make sure that they explain what happens during the conclave. But in the end, are you ready? So turn off for a second or turn down the volume if you don't want to hear this. In the end, the newly elected Pope, Cardinal Benitez, who's very loving and so on, it turns out that he was raised as male, always believed he was male, but because he had like an injury and they did like an MRI thing, they discovered that he had some female reproductive organs within him, but he always believed he was male. He had no reason to know. So it's not that he thinks he's trans or anything of that, but he was born with some girl parts, some female parts that he had no idea. So like the medical, testing that was done.
Now let me ask you: is this a big twist in the movie? Is it still worth watching?
Oh,
the movie
yeah.
during this?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's still
cool.
worth watching.
It's still, but as long as he doesn't compete in the Olympics against females, I guess we can
No,
accept
it's
him
nothing.
as Pope. Yeah.
But in the end, when he says that because they offered to say, when he has the MRI or whatever, and they go, oops, hey, we know you're a guy, but you have some female reproductive organs in there. Then they offered for him to remove them surgically and promised nobody would ever know. And in the end, he says, no, I am God's beautiful creation. And so he doesn't need a surgery. To me, that was a beautiful message that God loves you as you are. And all these children and teens and adults who are having this so-called craze of trans surgery, to me personally, I thought, wow, what a beautiful answer. You are God's creation. You don't go through some invasive surgery. So I actually disagree with you, Dom. I don't like wokeness infused, you know what I mean? But I loved the fact that they were saying that, and maybe that would reach somebody who's about to, you know what I mean, have some life-altering, horrible surgery.
Well, that's a good takeaway. But, Dawn, I just think they were going with an ending, and endings are hard to stick, to grab it. I didn't think there was anything needed in this like that to do it in any way, shape, or form. I think this was truly a great film, and the characterization of these guys I thought was right on. I didn't like what they did with the guy who was rather conservative and the Muslim stuff. That was less is more. The film could have been shorter. So do you think the ending wraps things together? I thought it was already wrapped. I thought it gave you a real good sense. The outcome, as far as the Cardinals of picking this guy, was a good outcome of how they all came together.
Politics and
yeah,
how
the
they
politics.
Come together.
I just think it was contrived, but I hear your take. They didn't have him. Oh, let's get the surgeon in here. Yeah.
855-839-1210.
I love Dom still can't help himself, and even in the story about Conclave, has to use an athletic reference and is sticking the landing from his days of working the balance beam. You know?
Yeah, the balance beam. Yes.
Do we have some calls, Dan?
Yeah, Barbara, first off, is seen in Downington. Hey, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Barbara.
Yeah, hi, Barbara.
Thanks for calling.
Yes.
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks for asking me. No, I did see the Conclave, and I am Catholic, and I kind of lean a little bit more towards what Don was saying, because I thought the movie itself was great up to that point, but I was really disappointed in the ending. And Dawn, you bring out a good point for what was said, but I feel that the physical part of the person, the priest, was actually overrode what was said. So you end up leaving with this, gut feeling of like, wow, this is really bad, versus the good that came out of that. So,
that's a good take.
Yeah. So I'm just not a great fan of the ending itself.
Yeah, and that's with you, Dom. That's exactly what Dom said. Do we have more calls? I can't see my calls. From
Jerry. Yeah.
Jerry?
Yeah. Hey,
Thanks,
Jerry.
Barb.
Hello.
Hey, Jerry.
Hi, how you doing, Dawn? I love you, but I couldn't disagree more. From the way the women were portrayed throughout the movie, they did the laundry, they kept their heads down. Time for important stuff, throw the women out. Okay, that was my first warning.
Wait a minute, Jerry. I'm not with you on that. The women. Rossellini had a very prominent role. The one nun in here, she greased the wheels behind the scenes. So, yeah.
The one character, but most of them was like the Handmaid's Tale. They were all kept their heads down. And the Cardinals were portrayed as like mobsters. Each one had an angle. It was very negative. And, of course, the unnecessary ending. I thought it was anti-Catholic. I really did. I mean, they got their points across, but and I won't say the ending, but it was just not necessary. So it was all anti-Catholic. To me, they portrayed those Cardinals as if they were really rotten human beings. And come on, give us a break.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that, Dom, but I would say this, Dom and Dan, that I guess I'm always like looking for a positive, because we know Hollywood is woke. Even that's why I think Trump is trying to say, I think he's trying to promote maybe more diversity, meaning diverse producers, not just Hollywood far lefties. So I know that they're woke and they're always pushing an agenda. I guess my bottom line on it, I was just thinking maybe somebody is watching this film. It's a beautifully done film, and maybe they're going through this. And we talk all the time with Meg Brock and others, and they're going to go through like this massive surgery that's basically going to, they can't change back what they change, especially a teenager or a young adult. And so maybe they watch this and they think, yeah, you know what? I am God's beautiful creation, and maybe I won't go through a surgery. And that was kind of my hope and prayer out of that movie. But maybe that's just me pivoting out of a movie and trying to think about what's happening.
Did you see it with Larry?
Yes.
All right.
He would agree with you.
Surprise, surprise. How about your kids? Can I get them on my side?
Yeah. Pretty much I'm alone here. I knew I would be.
I love the honesty, Dawn. I really do.
Larry's like, oh, honey.
We got a break, guys. I hate to say
Okay. Oh, come on now. Let's override this producer. It's two of us against one, Dawn. Producers
doesn't happen often.
Producers do not control the world in talk radio. That's the difference with Hollywood. Remember that.
You know, Greg Stocker has kind of changed things, though. Let's just,
Well, he's not a producer. He's in the proletariat now. He's beyond that, yeah.
Oh, now he has a new title, brand manager, executive producer, and proletariat. I love it.
Exactly.
The great Dom Giordano. All right, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
It will be a dry and pleasant day today across the Delaware Valley. Mixture of sunshine and clouds, less humid with a high 76. A quiet night tonight, partly cloudy, low 60 for the city, cooler out in the suburbs. And for Thursday, partly sunny, chance for some late day showers with a high 76.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing. But I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C. Cozy Jewelers.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Spondio vovio acuro, sic me Deus adiuvet et ex santa Dei Evangelia que manu mea tango.
Et ego Kevin Cardinalis Farrell, spondio voveo et accuro, sic me Deus adjuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, qua manu mea tango.
This is live as the Papal Conclave, and this is historic as well as the cardinals meet to select Pope Francis's successor. And so essentially, you know, the world's 1.5 billion Catholics worldwide watching this as we see the red-robed cardinals, some 130 from around the world. And this is a very solemn procession into the Sistine Chapel, swearing their oath of secrecy ahead of what is known as the Papal Conclave. This is a centuries-old tradition by which a new head of the Catholic Church is elected. Well, I should say human head, because obviously Jesus Christ, God, is the head of the church. But on earth, this would be the next pope, the pontiff, who would lead the church and the people. And so ultimately through the day, they expect that they would vote, and those votes are on paper, and then they will burn the votes. So if they choose, if they have a 2/3 majority, then they've chosen their new pope.
Wow.
With a 2/3 majority. But if all of those handwritten pieces of paper that they vote on, once it's counted, if they, vote for someone 2/3 majority, then we will see white smoke. If we then see black smoke, that means that those ballots are burned. It's all secret. And then they go back to the drawing board, if you will. Tomorrow, another vote until they get one. So sometimes this takes weeks. But we were discussing, as this is a breaking news story, very solemn and very serious and prayerful, and many people around the world praying for the new leadership in these times. And so we were talking about the movie The Conclave, which I would agree with what Dom said, beautifully filmed and based, I think, on historic accuracy. But some of you agree with what my take, others not so much, like my husband and Dom. They completely disagree. So let's get to some of your calls, 855-839-1210.
Agatha's up first.
Hey, Agatha.
Yeah, hi, Dawn. I just think you're awesome, and I agree with you. I really think it's a message to people that God made you the way you are. He didn't make a mistake. So, you might decide, okay, I'm gonna, I think I'm a boy and I want to be a girl, but like you said, they're so young. And what happens when they get to be older and they thought, oops, I made a mistake, So I agree with you. I mean, you are what you are, and God loves us all, and I don't think he made a mistake.
Yeah. I'm glad you agree with me, Agatha. I'm kind of surprised because I felt like in my household the only one. But I agree with you. I think some good could come of the movie, of people watching the movie, especially if they're sad. That this time of depression that we see, mental health, a big issue. And then as well, so many people just questioning their quote unquote identity, whatever that is. So Agatha, go ahead.
Just one more thing before we hang up. And maybe it's good for the parent to see, like the parent that's going through this with their child. And, they're kind of sitting on the fence. And I just want Dom to know that I bought the book, An Almost Insurmountable Evil by Mike McCormick.
Okay.
So that's it. I'm good. Have a great rest of your day.
So, we'll wait till you read it all. If she bought the book, good. That's wonderful. Yeah, so I guess the Cardinals, they have to actually, they scan everybody. They have to empty their pockets. There's high security.
Wow.
No recording devices. It's very, very strict as far as this entire process.
I think they have to change their clothes, right?
Yeah, can I ask a question? I'm thinking of Zioli last night, and I actually recorded the behind the scenes of us in the green room before we went out on stage.
Uh-huh.
And there's Zioli, and he's like, I'm going to have to go to the bathroom because I can't hold it. And so what if one of the Cardinals is like Zioli? Do you know what I mean? And
Sure.
They have to go to the bathroom every 35 minutes, but they're basically sequestered here for this formal procession. Like, what do you do?
That's a good point.
I'm being serious.
Do they have
I'm not
Gatorade
being
bottles, like a long road trip?
No, stop.
No?
No, I would imagine seriously, I would.
Some Wawa iced tea jugs?
You think about this, it's very slow and serious and solemn, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying it's like,
That's
no,
me being
really.
disrespectful, not
But
you.
what do they, I wonder if they've ever had that, because they have it's a very strict situation, you know?
Mike in Philadelphia, maybe some countering
Mike.
thoughts. Again, this is about the ending, so one sec. All right, spoiler alert. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
I'm not going to try and give away the ending, but in my opinion, I was kind of preempted a couple weeks ago by Dom commenting on it that he didn't like the ending, so I didn't know what to expect. And my wife and I sat and watched it, and I didn't have a problem with the ending because to me, it's something that is real. That could possibly happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So, like, I didn't think that they were going towards a transgender area there or anything like that. I mean, it's the way the guy was.
Mm-hmm.
Now, had he done things to change things, well, then I may not have liked it too much. But I mean, it's a reality. Something like that could quite possibly happen.
That's a
it
good
could
point.
have already happened. Who knows? I mean, and I mean, one of the other gentlemen that called in about, he said they made them look like mobsters or whatever. Well, I don't totally agree with that. But I mean, if anybody believes that there's no politics involved in any of that, well, they're mistaken, because it is. But the overall movie, I thought was awesome, and the Sistine Chapel and everything like that, having been there before, it was really cool.
Yeah, I agree. I loved seeing it again, because it's so beautiful, and just the fact that they're focusing on faith. And at the end of the day, even though you may say, well, some of the characters it was over the top, or they're this, or they're too mob-like or something like that. But at the end of the day, they came together, and it was a theme of being loved. And it was, the one that they chose to be the Pope was an extremely unifying individual, and had such a great faith and a love of Jesus Christ. And I just think, putting that into the mainstream, to me, I thought that was beautiful. So, because the movie of the year, think about the movie that won was that movie that was, and now I'm forgetting, we watched that one too. Whoosh, it was like a porn movie. And I'm totally forgetting.
Honora.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Honora. And the actress who played Honora, who won,
Mikey Madison.
Yeah, she was darling, and I'm happy for her that she won. But she was playing, like she was playing a prostitute. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And that's the movie that won. Think about, that's Hollywood for you. So you have this beautifully done with actors who did a perfect job. The film, everything was gorgeous, and they choose basically a porno. That's what Hollywood. So boom, there. That's another reason I would say I loved the Conclave. At least they were talking about faith.
That's a great point. Hey, before we get to break,
Yes.
question for you.
Yes.
That video that you mentioned, is that okay to go public? And if so, could you send it and could we play it back on the show?
I don't know. So I don't know.
Okay.
I would technically have to get, it would be Greg Stocker,
Okay.
Zioli, Yad.
So we'd have
Scopes.
to get, yeah. And yeah.
And that's the journalist in me. I would
No,
never
you're right,
record.
yeah.
Like, they knew I was videoing, but I would, just for my own,
No,
I would
get
need
you.
to say to
That's
them,
why-
hey,
that's why I asked in the
do
way
you
I
mind if I
did,
give it to Dan? Can we play a piece of it? I would never, even if you knew I was recording you seriously or taking your picture, I would never publish it unless I asked your permission. Which, by the way, that's why those individuals remember with as Larry, if Larry's listening right now, he's like, here she goes, all conversations lead back to Trump. Because yes, Amy, thanks for being there last night. I am a Trumpaholic. But remember those horrible New York Times, wasn't New York Times among those who recorded Trump? Remember this in his first presidency, when they recorded him and said, well, we're just doing this so we don't have to take copious notes. But this won't air. This is off the record. And then they do you know that they had it and they published it. In other words, they referred to it. They let others listen to it. That is a sin.
It's illegal, isn't it?
That's a cardinal sin. Well, it's not technically
Really?
illegal,
Okay.
but it's a cardinal sin in my
it
book.
is, yeah.
Those people, you're fired. Because when you say to somebody, this is off the record, that means, like what my mom used to say, what's said at this kitchen table stays at this kitchen table. It means that I will not reference you. Nobody knows this conversation happens. It is off the record, off the table.
Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah. And especially
Shame.
in this situation when we have Scope and Yads, two non-public facing individuals, definitely want to get some approval there.
So
yeah.
they knew I was recording, but I would have to make sure I clear it with them.
So it's like Zioli running with throwing his pants down, needing to go to the bathroom that bad,
No.
or that kind of
No,
urgency,
we're just in the green room, and he's talking about his Fox News hits, which I haven't seen. He was supposed to be on with Sandra today.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. So I haven't seen it. And Dana usually has him on. So we were talking about, and just what we're going to say moving forward. The order, because Dom went out first.
Yeah.
the order and just the background of it. Because I
Would be
love
cool to
getting
see.
that
Would be
stuff.
cool to see. Maybe I'll ask Greg to.
Yeah.
If you're okay with that.
So I don't mind sending it to you, but if you get the approval, then I would trust you.
Maybe we'll have that tomorrow. A nice long tease there.
Yes.
Do got to hit break though.
855-839-1210. Quick break. There's a lot of breaking news. We're going to update you when we come right back.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
The Conclave is underway at the Vatican to elect a new pope. Today's the Real ID deadline. If you still don't have one, be prepared to deal with more security steps at the airport. And the Philadelphia Orchestra and Ensemble Arts has a new president and CEO.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Cheap renovations don't last. Quality ones do. That's why Emmons uses only premium materials and expert installers for every kitchen or bathroom remodel. We don't use shortcuts. We don't cut corners. We just design and construct stunning spaces built for years of beauty and durability. Call us at 856-556-3229 or check us out online at callemmons.com. Contact us today and let's build something amazing. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
We are live and we are local. And of course, this is a local story as the Conclave is meeting. But I will tell you that I was looking up betting odds for the papacy. They go back, believe it or not, ancient archaeologists have pulled up different records as far back as the year 1503. So betting is nothing new. What are the wagers going for now on all these betting sites modern day? Cardinal Pietro Parolin of Italia. He has emerged as the odds-on favorite. This is one of my sources is we got Polymarket, we've got Kalshi, and so Cardinal Pietro Parolin of Italy, he's the odds-on favorite to succeed Pope Francis. And then the next one looks like Cardinal Luis Antonio Tagle of the Philippines, and then Cardinal Matteo Zuppi of Italy. So those are the top three contenders, if you will. The top three, Pietro, Luis, or Matteo. Who will it be? But Pietro Parolin with 27%, Luis Tagle with 22%, and then Matteo Zuppi with only not even 11%. But these same prediction markets correctly predicted President Trump's recent victory in November. And so, the wisdom of the prediction markets, or what about the wisdom of the crowds? We have thousands of Christians and Catholics, the faithful from around the world, gathering right now in St. Peter's Square, hoping to witness the first smoke signal from the conclave. Will it be the white smoke, which means we have a new pope? This is expected, and this is a huge local story that could happen on the Dom Giordano show within the next hour, because the first smoke from the conclave expected 1 p.m. Eastern time, which of course they're in Rome local time, is 7 p.m. So you may Dom Giordano, you could be hearing from Dom that we have a new pope. It's pretty exciting.
Oh, absolutely, Dawn. So I'll talk about that a little bit. Also, we have KT McFarland on. Really admire her. National security. What is the president's big announcement that he's going to make? I think she's got inside information somewhat and very much on it. And last night, that person that asked about Epstein, you could tell our listeners last night, with everything else in the world, there was the Epstein thing. Pam Bondi said something remarkable about it. We'll play it. Doesn't seem to be acting on it, though.
It's a great Dom show, and we could have major breaking news within the hour. Dom show's next.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And at retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due.
credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's, and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. What an event last night. Thank you. Thanks to all the support. Thanks for Dan with the questioning. And if you missed Politics and Pints last night, it was a first. And in fact, one of the things I'm going to lead off talking about, Nick, Hale and Company, brought it up and there was disagreement. Yeah, we had some good back and forth over stuff. They're still incoming, Dan, on the gravy sauce of having me like Joe Carcione, who used to do the Green Grocer, standing there and saying, it's not gravy. I don't want it. Newman Price on my Twitter.
I have no insight on this in some point today,
Yeah.
so I'd love to delve into some gravy versus sauce convo.
Okay, sure. But it was a fabulous night last night. A lot of insight. So one of the things Nick brought up, he was tired of seeing them. Two things. I'm going to play you Pam Bondi in a moment. And this is a failing. People want the Epstein stuff. Yeah, we got the RFK, we got the JFK. What the heck is up? We had somebody, Dan, you remember the questioner last night. There are a lot of people, yeah. Why can't we see the Epstein? Julie Kelly yesterday, top investigator, said to me, well, I'm not really interested in the Epstein. What's the interest level? I mean, come on. There's a huge interest level. Bondi says the FBI is reviewing the Epstein file. There's pedophilia. Well, why is none of this being released? You can cover up whatever you want to cover up. Why is it not being released? So Nick brought up the fact that we had Daryl Morey, who's the president, in name only, of the Sixers. When he left Houston, he put out this tweet about standing with freedom and free Hong Kong. And the Chinese went nuts. And Marsha Blackburn was bringing this up yesterday with a clown from the NBA who said the NBA fosters freedom of speech. No, they don't. They're in bed with evil. I mean, there's a lot of entities you can make a deal with. That's the way the world is. But Communist China? And Communist China said, you better stop these people. We were lectured to. They're talking about Hong Kong. So, there was disagreement. I think Rich did. I did a little bit. But, I mean, that's the flavor of what was going on last night. It is unique. If we do it again, I mean, these events, the people that we met, just a number of people that took pictures with us, et cetera, it was unbelievable. Phoenixville, I'm a fan of now.
It's beautiful.
Well, Dan, before you move up, just both of you stay there. Mm-hmm. Greg says, what we're going to do, the parking lot only took cash. Yes, for once. What are you going to do? You can't park here unless you have cash.
Well, where you have that crazy
app. I got all kinds of credit cards. I have debit. I can sign a PayPal. I have Venmo.
How are they doing cash? What was it? Through one of their little kiosks?
Why is it so mysterious that you're saying
it's
why
hard?
Do they want cash?
It makes it more common. Just sign onto an app, scan a little QR code, use Apple Pay, and get on your way.
Everybody's out of the way. No, it's some guy out there. Hey, buddy, give me the cash.
No, you don't need that.
It's a taxman. Oh yeah, it's beating
guy
Uncle
sitting
Sam,
in his folding chair next to his little booth with no air conditioning.
That's right.
Like down by the shore.
Yeah, and saying, give me cash. And the other part is they had big signage up. They have a lot of parking lots in downtown Phoenixville saying no backing in.
Bravo.
Yes.
Bravo.
I felt as if I were in Utopia. Cash and no backing your vehicle in.
Bro, capture this. You hear this? This might be your opportunity to get Dom out to the suburbs, Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Maybe Dom Giordano live from Phoenixville. It seems you really like the town,
I did broadcast from Phoenixville, and a guy came up who was a veteran and remembered it when they were they're tyrannical there too, the city government, shutting down this little veterans golf course, a 9-holer.
Oh, come on.
We broadcast right from there to try to keep it open, and it was
hold their feet to the fire.
Hold their feet to the fire. Oh yeah, they never forgot that. I'm surprised they didn't have to come in incognito.
So you're essentially saying you're banned from living in Phoenixville.
Yeah, Phoenixville might not be a spot.
How about Upper Providence? You can live right next door, right?
How keen of an observer are you? Did you notice anything about the pedestrian walks, between blocks when the pedestrian has a right of way, several of them?
No, I'm not that keen of an observer. What was it?
The coloration.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, LBGT.
Oh.
Yeah, yes.
I did not notice that.
Just little, but the Colonial Theater, unbelievable. It is a landmark, and they have built around their stuff that's incredible.
And that pub that Rich Zioli was at, Great American Pub, it was fantastic. There's a great outdoor sitting area, so if you happen to be there during the summer, go check it out.
Get the Palm Beach salad. I'd recommend it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. That's
what
I had.
I had a filet mignon salad, man. It was delicious.
Oh,
Look
very
at me
good.
getting a salad.
All right. All right, so we got all that going on. 855-839-1210. I'll play you Pam Bundy. This will be cut 19. Here's Bundy talking about the FBI is reviewing the Epstein files. Cut 19.
No, the FBI, the FBI, they're reviewing, there are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going through that. I haven't seen that statement, but I'll call him later and find out.
All right, so the mystery continues. Remember, Pam Bondi teased it up. We're going to be releasing the Epstein files. And I understand why this is still, who's involved in it, getting to the bottom line and all that. That's why that question came up last night. All right, in front of us today, I don't predict. I think these guys usually go a few days of going back and forth before we choose a pope. I don't know how many popes were chosen in the first day. But Fox is giving wall-to-wall coverage. I'm not on the edge of my seat over the Pope. And I think the Conclave, you heard me with Dawn, the ending is just really messes up the whole film. It's ridiculous. But more, I think what they showed in there. Now, we heard somebody call in and say it's anti-Catholic. I don't think it is at all. Do you really think these guys, many of these cardinals, I'm not saying all, I don't know in the hearts of a lot of them, that this isn't incredibly political, that they're voting on a pope because of their own ideology, their own advancement, their own sense of connection with that person? That's the way it is. So is that a cynical view? Should I be drawn out of the ranks? And I think my view is shared by the great majority of American Catholics. If you notice the cardinals, they are obviously cardinals of color, any number of them from around the world. And that's where the Catholic Church is growing. And here in this country, the feeling was they were on the illegal immigration button because of the number of Latino Catholics. Other Catholics that have been here for a long period of time give them trouble. They speak up. They don't like that, etc. So, I'll be covering, and we'll have Bill Donahue on tomorrow from the Catholic League. But the new pope is every bit as much of a political matter as it is anything else. And I know they're going through the ceremonies and all that, but I'm expected to suspend credulity and say that I think they're underway just to be open to the Holy Spirit and choose the Pope. I don't believe that. I don't see that. And that doesn't mean the Catholic Church still doesn't have a lot of things about it that are everlasting. They're still the champion of life. Except, here's the tell. Take a look at America. How can a church that says the primary issue is life, and it is, how can that church allow these progressive Democrats to run wild back to the Kennedys? Because it's fraudulent. If that were the case, Why would they say they were going to excommunicado border agents under Trump? Remember that whole thing I've talked about over the years with the Archbishop of Tucson? You don't hear them saying that about these Catholics who part and parcel are driving abortions in America as their political party to get elected into office to the extreme. Biden, Pelosi, you can name any number of them. Why don't they do something about that? They're not going to. They're in the tank on that. But threatening border agents just following the law under Trump with being excommunicated, which means you're going to hell, they can jump in on that. Now, can you imagine? I've often thought of this. Would I really deep down not be afraid? Let's say, I don't think he would. He's not that type of, but Archbishop Perez up there, I've listened to your show. Unless you recant all this stuff, you're going to hell on the immigration, on the border thing. I would deep down believe I'm not, and you are fraudulent. When's the last time you spoke out about any of these politicians in Philadelphia or wherever, or any of these guys? In fact, the bishops or the priests that do, like the one who refused to give Biden communion, he gets the slow train to Buffalo. That's what happens. So why's the emphasis on immigration, Dolan and others, not on life, which is the prime issue? So I'll be looking at this when they vote to elect a new pope with an eye toward what does this say? How does it play out politically? Because it's a very political force that's involved here. Will they go back to traditional Catholicism, or will they continue to do the gibberish that Pope Francis does? So today, the Philadelphia Inquirer, on this day of the Conclave, they have a big feature article by a guy who just relentlessly attacks Archbishop Chaput. He's above the age to vote, but he's still an archbishop here in Philadelphia. He's a brilliant guy. He's not warm and fuzzy. But Chaput is the one that just wrote an article, big article, about Pope Francis and how ridiculous it is, how chaotic Pope Francis was and where he took the church. That's not allowed. And I also read something today, and we're going to get them on, one of them. There are MAGA Catholic influencers. These are young women that are MAGA, Trump, but big-time Catholic influencers, and a couple of them have over 1 million followers. And it's the J.D. Vance effect, et cetera, and a new kind of feminism. And they're Catholics, devout Catholics, but MAGA. I don't know, excommunicado, that bishop in Tucson might be the place to go. All right, so I think we're ending around, the day one. I would be shocked if they announced the white smoke that we see at Pope on day one. Thursday, I'd give it to Friday, maybe a weekend, somewhere in Friday or Saturday, you're going to have a new pope. I don't know that it'll be anybody startling after Francis. I think it'll be more of a gatekeeper. But it says something that Fox News, which is wildly successful, is doing wall-to-wall coverage on this. I question their judgment on that. Are people this, I know that America's about 24% Catholic, but is this that big of a deal? Do you wait? In the past it was. In the past, there was a lot connected to this. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Let me give you the side question. So I told you yesterday that the Pulitzer Prize winner this year was the guy that actually caught the bullet, or a photo of the bullet, in a whole series of Trump being shot and hit in Butler. I favored the guy who had that iconic shot of Trump saying, "Fight, fight, fight," surrounded by the Secret Service, blood dripping down as he held up his right fist. We want that all-time photo, your favorite all-time photo. It could be something that makes you happy. It could be dramatic. I'm going to tell you one that, to me, can't be beaten, so I'll take it off the board. And I went back and I checked it. I always thought it was Victory in Europe Day this photo was taken on. It was not. It was victory over Japan, which meant victory, that World War II's over, and I guess that's more appropriate. This is the most beautiful picture what it must have been like for America to say, finally, we defeated the Japanese, we defeated the Germans, the Nazis, and we are standing as the great world power, and it's over. You can breathe a little bit, and that is the kiss in Times Square. And the woman we always thought was a nurse is not. She's a dental hygienist. They really got dressed up back then. Now, there's been controversy. Some goofballs say it's a sexual assault. Come on. The world's, everybody's going to live. The world's over, and it's a little kiss, although she bends back a little bit. The statue is in Sarasota, Florida, of this. So I'm going to take the kiss off, but every 15 minutes I might take another one off. So think of one that you want to get in with at some point quickly here at 855-839-1210. And Henry and I were going yesterday, are there enough of them that people know? And when you think about it, there are. And some of them are just the most sacred, iconic type of thing imaginable. Some of them are kind of, it looks like they're staged or it's preposterous. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, I mean, you said the kiss for the end of World War II. I think the more symbolic one for the end of World War II was raising the flag on Iwo Jima. I mean, you think military. I think of that photo instantaneously. I mean, what a photograph to capture in the moment, to have the wherewithal to be like, I don't know, I need a picture of this. Like, this is symbolic of victory, no matter how you put it. The other one I'm going to do is a sports one. On November 20th, 1960, Frank Gifford was hit so hard that he was temporarily forced to retire from football. Who did that hit? Well, none other than Concrete Charlie, Chuck Bednarik. And if you know the photo, you know him standing over Gifford's body as he looks to like almost fist bump or like punch down into the air. I think that's one of the more iconic Eagles photographs.
Well, I can't be beaten as an Eagle. I think you're right. And also, I didn't see anybody attack Bednarik on the other team. They knew.
Don't stay away from that guy.
Ray Dininger still ranks him. Sometimes he thinks that he is the best Eagle of all time. I could, modern players are physically better. But when you take into account everything, he might be.
Oh, absolutely. He's definitely on the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, I mean, Reggie White doesn't do anything. I admire his greatness. I'll tell you who does it for me is Brian Dawkins.
Yeah.
I mean,
of course.
God. That guy, you're coming across the middle, and you know he's back there. It's like, they're paying me $10 million. The ball's in the air. I think I'll miss this one.
I'll stay with my head. Yeah.
Next week, I'll do it.
Keep my head.
Yeah. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Now, at 1 o'clock, we're going to talk with Fred Haron, who's Jewish, says the Inquirer. That's important because you have these immigrant groups and others going after him today in Doylestown with the Bucks County commissioners. He's the guy that wants to have his forces in Bucks County aid and abet stopping people unlawfully here who are criminals. And for that, he's being called a Nazi. And he's being called someone who wants to bring the Holocaust to Bucks County. Fred? He's here at 1 o'clock. Coming up, the Dave Portnoy guy, there's another development in this. The guy who put up the blank the Jews at the Barstool Bar apparently is just as I suspected, and the media didn't bring up identity of the person that did it. Somebody who seems to be very, very anti anybody that's Jewish, and he's a Temple student still. He goes on what some say is a neo-Nazi program. And he's already raised $10,000 because he talks about so-called Jewish supremacy. Now, I think he has freedom of speech, without a doubt. Not sure if he's here on a visa or anything. That's interesting. But what should Temple do? We'll get to all of it. What you should do is get in at 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football. That's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with "F the Jews" signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call GUIDA today to schedule a free, no obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Deanna got some really bad news from the IRS.
They said, you owe quite a bit of money. They told me the possibilities of garnishing my wages, taking my house, taking my car.
Deanna found out about Optima Tax Relief. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax saved my life.
Call Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. So what is it that the president will be making this big announcement sometime Friday as he heads to the Middle East, something like that? KT McFarland, who has served at top as National Security Advisor, will be here at 2 o'clock today. We'll ask her. She's been out there on several shows making a good case for what it could be. I think it's a monumental accomplishment. I don't know that the Trump base or in general, though, people are going to salute it as that. To me, it is. And I think Saudi Arabia is going to join the Abraham Accords or something like that. And that means this is historic. Saudi Arabia and Israel, mortal enemies, even if not a shooting war. That would be big. And it speaks to the type of stuff that Trump has been able to do. And I think that's what he's going to announce. It's not going to be on the tariffs. And last night, I was very pleased with the questions and some of the statements from people that people pretty much thought, well, look, this is where we are now. If we can get some of these big trade deals on the board, like India any day now, et cetera, then things are going to settle down. But they were not endorsing the idea of just taking on the world with these tariffs, China included. It was more get the friendlier countries to get a deal and then go after China. I tell you that with the trip, which is just an extension. Several people came up and said they're going with us to Sicily, and they like the idea, not just of Sicily, but with Talk Radio 1210 listeners. That's the draw. Last night was just an extension of what a club it is, how much connection there is to not just the big issues and all that, but every little thing about us. People coming up in the photo line, et cetera, knowing everything about DJ and Luke over the years, or Rich's kids, and Nick with sports. Dawn, of course, did her Melania Trump a couple times. Always well received. So it's the type of stuff you just cannot believe binds people together and brings them together. Which brings me, and Henry, make a note of this so we send it to these guys. I'll tell them it was right around now, but there's a group out of Philadelphia that ranks podcasts. For some reason, they put together, it's called FeedSpot. They put together the top 100 Philadelphia podcasts, meaning they originate here in Philadelphia. And we made the top 100. Now you think, come on, Dom, big glass, 100 out of one city? Well, when you see what a crowded field this is, my God. Bill Kornfeld, former producer of the Dom Giordano show, is in here in the 60s for a hockey. Yeah, the sports. It's almost like, do people listen to anything in Philadelphia other than sports? There's like 25, maybe give or take, Eagles or football podcasts. But there's even 3 or 4 hockey. I may have missed some in there. There's a few Sixers podcasts. There are baseball podcasts. So there's not too many KYWs in there, and I was glad to be in there. Thanks to Henry and Dan putting this together. So thank you, guys. And continued. Now we're on to, can I beat out a few of these sports podcasts?
I don't see why not.
Yeah,
I haven't heard of a lot of these.
Yeah, I mean, how many of these things, how many times can you go over, should the Eagles take a quarterback in the 18th round in 2029 or something? Come on. That's what they're doing to try to outshine each other. But it's always good to get that recognition. And again, it's the listeners of the station, the power of this station. Events last night in Phoenixville. As I said, Greg told me that they were only taking cash. And it's like, what's the big deal?
That's a real bar right
That's a real, yeah. And the other thing is you can't back into these parking spaces. Well, they were pretty narrow. I mean, they must do tremendous business in downtown Phoenixville.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Colonial's there, but then there must be 15 to 20 bar restaurants, distilleries, et cetera, all a hub for this surrounding it. And they don't mess around. They let you park 2 hours. That's it.
Yep.
So I did find a free parking spot.
Oh, you lucky duck.
And it was within 0.8 of a mile, which to me is great.
That'll work. Yeah.
Exactly.
As long as it's within the mile, it's not hilly or anything.
Yeah, I would go 1.5 miles. Nah, that's getting a little bit out there. You might be huffing and puffing and sweating as you come in.
Change your shirt afterwards.
Bring another shirt. But 0.8 of a mile was fine. Great little town to Phoenixville. And again, the Colonial Theater is quite one of those great old-time theater ambiances. And the event, the way it was projected, Sean Farish introduced us on the big screen. He wasn't there. He did it on the big screen. It was pretty fun stuff. And we did sit in comfy chairs. Now, next time, surprisingly, they were not Barco loungers, though. There was no footrest to pull up. Can you see there we were sipping wine and other drinks, but, the footrest would have been made for a better show, I think. I think there were lamps there. There were little tables to put our stuff on. It had every accoutrement. And I'd like visors, too, for the next event.
Visor?
Visor. We all should wear visors.
Sounds like you're going to be on vacation. I need to put my feet up.
Exactly.
I need a visor. This also needs to be outside in sunlight.
Well, that's true, too. The big visor, though, because it's the light. You see this questioner, one guy getting really revved up who said he was from Rome.
Oh.
That didn't do anything to me. He was trying to use that for credibility on the gravy sauce thing.
Yeah.
And the guy's from Rome, and he's saying it's sauce. Like, I'm from South Philly. It's gravy. Come on, we know that. What's the capital?
What do you know?
I actually may have said that at some point. It was only one person from South Philly that cheered last night. It was a disappointing audience in that. Okay. Hit us on the side. Give us that all-time photo. We are monitoring. It doesn't the first vote to elect the Pope seems to be over. I don't think we're going to see the white smoke today. I would predict it will be Friday. There'll be some tension. There'll be some back and forth over this. All right, so we're going to talk with Fred Haron. I'll give you a little bit more on the Dave Portnoy guy, and we got some cuts too of more Temple students. That's Students for Palestine group. Their chapter. Big Mumia people. little surprise. And this guy with Portnoy seems to be a raging anti-Semite student from Temple. Now, he has a right to be that. So it's going to be interesting to see how Temple deals with that. We have more testimony today, too, from Haverford, DePaul, and some other college about anti-Semitism on their campus. That sound should become available. I don't know that it was like when the Ivies testified and Stefanik really took them out. I do know the Democrats on the committee, though, and Henry, if you happen to see this, if it becomes available, because this guy really is a dope. Donald Norcross, the congressman from South Jersey, was one of the questioners, Democrat, about anti-Semitism. I wonder if he asked them, or did he cover up and say, we're just making all this stuff up about these colleges? All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. You know, it's so important to make sure our families have all the essentials: food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. There's a lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did and count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Connecticut system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of that tap, you'll see the difference. Crystal clear, all-natural water. Not only the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family is passionate about water. They will put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, attention to detail are just fantastic. They'll come out to your home. They'll test your water, recommend solutions that make sense for you. Contact Martin Water Conditioning, and they will take great care of you. Click on martinwater.com or call 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555. You tell them Dom G sent you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. You all know that I drive a Honda from my friends at Piazza Honda. Right now, you can lease the popular 2025 Civic and HR-V, both starting at $249 per month. The Civic offers sporty performance, while the all-wheel drive HR-V provides the versatility needed for every drive. That's a new 2025 Civic and HR-V for only $249 per month for 36 months. This offer won't last long, so visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today. PiazzaHonda.com.
Leases with $29.99 down plus tax and tax, 10,000 miles per year for well-qualified buyers. See dealer for details.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hey guys, hopefully by now you've heard our commercials, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Mary Giovanni, broker-owner of Wayne Realty Corporation. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. We take care of our customers. Visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call us at 610-687-5280, or even better, stop by for a cup of coffee. Located in St. David's train station, we love visitors.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
It is Dom time. Coming to your calls. All-time photo. I see some really good ones up there. Dan, how about yours? And no, I don't look. Take that photo down like a mob boss.
You do look like a mob boss. Sitting with
yeah.
your hands in a conniving manner as we waited to answer questions in your awesome shoes, cross-legged. Dom, I'm going to take off the photo. It's a very famous one. I spent way too long examining shadows in it. I spent so much time looking at it during my life, being the conspiracy theorist I am. How about a famous picture taken by Neil Armstrong while he's on the moon, Apollo 11 moon landing, a picture of his shadow. It's a very well-known picture of Neil Armstrong's shadow, all-time great photo that conspiracy theorists love because... Why? Examining the direction of the shadows, it seems something might be a little off, Dom. A little off.
I think we should do, I'm serious about this, and I'd be in for it because I'll do anything, for the politics and pints thing because I love that idea.
Yeah.
A conspiracy night. Can you imagine? Led by you on the stage. Oh, man. It's a big-time, old-time movie theater. You throw up on the screen a few of the big conspiracies.
It'll be great. I'd love it.
Now, everybody that comes, instead of the mug or whatever, the politics and pints novelty we gave last night, you get a tinfoil hat, specially designed. Okay,
what kind of event? I love
this
it.
Could be a great. This could be a great.
Oh, you
event.
got Dom. Look at the shadows, man. They should. You would think with the position of the sun being the only source of light, that there might be some parallel nature to the shadows, and they're pointing one another. And it's fishy. It's fishy.
All right, Dan, you missed it too. Congrats to you. I didn't tell you this yesterday because you were ensconced doing other stuff, but Henry and I talked about it. We've been voted, the Dom Giordano podcast put together by you guys. I just bloviate, as Rose says, the top 100 Philadelphia podcast coming out of Philadelphia.
Look at that.
Now, people think, oh, my God, how many could there be? There's 85,000 of these sports podcasts.
Jeez.
And I'm determined, Henry, you were looking, what's the closest sports podcast, and what can we do to move a step ahead of that?
Let me look here.
Yeah.
I would say, looking through this list, at least 75 of the 100 are sports.
Sports. You know what? We have to go after, Dan, shots fired, we have to go after the Bill Kornfeld hockey podcast, which is in 67
That's a dang
place.
good podcast, man.
Yeah, but
and
hockey,
here you are
though.
silencing any conversation about hockey. Meanwhile, a hockey podcast is blowing us out of the water. What the heck's going on?
That's exactly right. Yeah,
we got to catch the Philly Sportscast next. They're at 87.
So about Rick Tocchet there, Henry. What do you think about Rick?
So,
gosh,
87th is the Philly Sportscast.
Yes.
It's just anything. You could put anything on sports. Top 100.
You think we move up a couple of spots if we employ some of these topics?
Yeah.
Let's do some tennis, a segment on tennis once a week, maybe?
This is the only thing these guys picked other than KYW News that's remotely about anything going on in the world. I mean, it's just amazing to me. And the number one was what? It was a Go Birds Radio? No, it was somebody.
It was Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve. All right. So come on now.
Go Birds number 2, though?
All right. Yeah. So we have to start with Bill Kornfeld here. We got to start on the hockey podcast.
67. Got to catch him.
That's pretty good, though. It's got to be a good podcast. These guys wouldn't put it there. To be hockey in Philadelphia in 67, Bill. Nice job.
I just think it's such a niche audience that, he's got a good fill there.
Now, this is cut 18. Here is Mohammed Khan. He's the guy that was involved in putting Blank the Jews up at the Barstool bar that set off this whole trigger. This guy goes on he seemed to be proud of it, neo-Nazi show. They're not so neo. They appear to be Nazis. And the guy's talking about fundraising for Mo Khan because he hates Jews. That's what the premise is. And then he reads a tweet or a message that says, well, wait a minute, this guy's a Muslim. We hate them too. Listen to this exchange. And this is a Temple student involved in this. This is the guy that has been suspended at Temple.
So do you think that now is the time for humanity to join forces and become tribal against Jewish supremacy?
Absolutely. A few moments later.
Super chat real quick. Stu, I hope you see this. I can't believe you're giving $100,000 to a brown Muslim. Shame on you. You could have given that to a white community in some way. Pathetic. All right. I mean.
So the Mo Khan guy, the last time I looked, has already raised $10,000 around all this. Temple should not terminate him, kick him out of school, I don't think, as repellent as he is. But the Students for Justice in Palestine group, Temple should not have chapters of that group. That group, here's the difference. Freedom of speech is one thing. Just because he goes to Temple, I think he has freedom of speech. I know they have codes. I don't agree with that. But they should not be legitimizing anti-Semitic groups and giving them a student group label. That's the difference. The individual, the more this guy speaks, the more he outs himself. The more you see this blatant anti-Semitism that's out there. Now, he can come on the show, and we'll just let him talk for a minute, and you'll see that that's what he is. There is no doubt in my mind. So today we had the hearings, and I'm waiting to see some of the highlights from it, of these three colleges outside the Ivies. Caltech, I think, was one, DePaul, and right down the road, Haverford. And they're claiming they're being picked on. No, they're not. The Trump administration and Republicans are finally shining the light on these out-of-control colleges, out-of-control funding, anti-Semitism up and down the line, out-of-control students. That's what's going on. All right, let's go to Joe in Columbus here on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Joe.
Tom, good afternoon. You guys know how to throw one heck of a party every time without fail. Last night was fantastic.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, it was, Joe. You couldn't get enough. And Dan, with the questioners, that was pretty provocative stuff when suddenly I hear bells and he's interjecting. It's questioning time.
You should have seen Joe at the pub beforehand. He's like a ringleader of all the callers and the YouTubers.
Oh, good,
cool.
good.
Pretty cool, Joe.
We got the whole Zioli army together.
Right.
Rich paid special attention to us. He endears everybody. You swear, not to downplay Rich, but you swear you're at a Springsteen concert with him. He's making eye contact with everybody.
That's awesome. Same with you,
Great.
Tom.
That's great. So my selection today is that photo of that one actress standing over top of a subway grate, holding her skirt down. Not that I'm a fan of hers, and I've told you in the past, my dad was very friendly with Joe DiMaggio, but she broke him.
Oh, my God, going after Marilyn Monroe because of DiMaggio. Oh, my goodness.
Dom, she was an egomaniac, and I told Henry this story. I mean, she had a bigger ego than anybody that's ever going to call your radio station. Believe me.
I don't know about that.
Well, let me tell you what she did. She was at a big award function, and she was getting the roars from the auditorium. She looked over at Joe DiMaggio standing by her side, and she goes, "Joe, you will never understand what this feels like." She's saying that to a guy that played in front of, at the time, 75,000 people at Yankee Stadium. Come on.
He didn't sleep with JFK, as far as we know, though, Joe.
Oh, I know she did, Dom. I know she
No,
did.
I said he did. Not just a joke. Just a
Oh,
joke.
oh. That's a fact. That's proven by somebody in my hometown at a mansion that he used to frequent with her. But, yeah, where she's holding her skirt over top of that.
That's a great
holding her skirt down. Thanks, Dom. Thank you,
Joe. Thank you, Joe, very much. Yeah, great stuff last night. Rich, Dawn, Nick, Dan in the audience, Greg Stocker. It was fabulous. All right, so you can get in on that. At 1 o'clock, we're going to talk with Fred Haron. Now, this guy, again, if he would come down to Mulligan's, Dom Giordano Day, he's a guy I want to salute. You imagine he's Jewish. He's the sheriff out there in Bucks County, and the Enquirer and the mob groups in Doylestown today, they're calling this a Holocaust because he's supporting taking criminal aliens off the streets of Bucks County, protecting people. And the people that don't want to protect us in Bucks County, where we were yesterday, they're lionizing themselves as kind and compassionate. But this guy who happens to be Jewish is a Nazi, according to them. And they will stop at nothing to stop from protecting people that mean harm to all of us. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football, that's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with "F the Jews" signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. I have a little bit on today's testimony. We'll see if we can get you some sound. Elise Stefanik ought to be the UN ambassador, really. Tremendous stuff with the president of Haverford, Cal Polytech, I think, and DePaul University, anti-Semitism. And this Representative Harris questioned the Haverford College president right here in the suburbs Wendy Raymond about an email sent to the Haverford community just days after the October 7, 2023 attack. The email highlighted tragedies across the globe that took place since the semester began, mentioned earthquakes, Morocco, Afghanistan, wildfires in the U.S., and a 2-year-long war in Ukraine. It only made a passing reference to what was described as the outbreak of war in Israel and Gaza that had taken place just 48 hours before. Harris said, we all know in this room October 7th was not a mutual outbreak of war. In fact, it was a terrorist attack by Hamas on Israel. Why would they send something out like this? Because that's who they are. That's who this woman is. That's who Haverford is. That's who the people that run my alma mater, LaSalle University, that's who they are. That's what they did after October 7th. That's what they'll always do. They outed themselves. They showed their true selves. They're anti-Israel. They might be anti-Semitic. Remember that whole thing, the tip I had from a student who was a listener at LaSalle, how the Weightlifters Club signed off with this Muslim group that was outraged of the coverage of October 7th. Knuckleheads, can you imagine the coverage of October 7th? These animals slaughtering people, families in front of us. And the LaSalles and Haverfords and most of these colleges, they try to cover it up. They try to tell us the two sides. What's the other side to Hamas? What is it, Haverford? What is it, LaSalle? Hiding behind the ivory tower. Useful idiots. So I think Stefanik dusted these three up today because that's what's going on in college campuses. And we're not going to pay for it anymore. We're not going to pay for it in general. Let's go for Cody in Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Cody, welcome in.
Good afternoon, Dom. I'll make it quick. First, yes, congratulations. That's one. Two, if you want to knock off those other ones, stay true to yourself and your fans. That's just some 10-cent advice.
Okay, always that's true. Sure.
My picture of the day, or whatever you want to call it, was Rosie the Riveter.
Sure, absolutely. That is an all-time great and relatively true. That's what women were doing. Thank you, Cody. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, Bill Kornfeld, put that big 67 up here, Dan. I mean, we can't beat the power play over there. Come on. Henry thinks 75 out of these 100 podcasts are sports related. So,
at least.
So Dan thinks, let's just do more sports. We'll pull ahead.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Well, we got our own niche here. We blend in some sports. Let me see them talk about the war in Ukraine as they're talking about shifting lines in hockey. God, the insatiable for sports. I mean, isn't there enough sports media coverage? What would a sports podcast? Hey. Well, maybe hockey. Maybe hockey because it's underreported here. You know,
who else is going to be covering the Flyers' 6th overall pick?
Yeah,
who else?
Right. Who else is going to be watching for that?
Gavin McKenna.
I don't know what to wish for with the Sixers. I'm still a basketball fan, but did they get bailed out by having the #1 pick and then screw that up? God only knows what they would do. All right. 855-839-1210. You get in. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we'll talk with Fred Haron. This guy is deserving, I think, as one of our persons of the year. Things going well. Saw a lot of people last night saying they're already booking their stay down there at Mulligan's. They want to be, some said they wanted to be part of the jury. Not that I was convincing them to be on my side with Linda Kearns. You know, Dan, even though last night it was a rigged sample there, we all know that. I have to say Sauce did win. I'm willing to debate Linda Kearns there and Sauce and Gravy, though. Mm-hmm. You kind of like the Tom Jones and Elvis. Man, what shot do I have saying Tom Jones was as great as Elvis? That's going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, I think that's a good one as well.
Yeah.
I think I found out what it is, though, in talking with people yesterday with the Sauce versus Gravy.
Yes.
I think if you grew up with a grandmother and every Sunday you had to go over for Sunday Gravy, then it's an insult to your grandparents to call Sauce or to call Gravy Sauce in your eyes.
Right.
But the truth is, I mean, when you're looking at ragu sauce in a jar, even though I think what it's become essentially for South Philly Italians who grew up with a Sunday sauce, you know, or Sunday gravy, I'm sorry, it's become the Coke. Like when you go out and order a soda and you're like, yeah, I'll have a Coke. You know, it's like the name brand almost, but
that's right,
for the Italians, you know, it's Sunday gravy.
trying to say, well, we get it. It's gravy if you put meat in it or meatballs or what. But they do that with everything. I don't know people in South Philly that just make, quote, sauce. It's part of the blend. I had to eat 50 once in one sitting.
So this is where I draw the line.
50 what?
Sauces, gravies.
Oh, my gosh.
We were doing this promotion for Gravy Fest, held at what is now the Wells Fargo Center, and we drew 5,000 people. But I had to go each week to a supermarket and sample these.
Oh, man.
50 of them at the one Acme down in South Philly. Oh, man. By that point, my palate for weeks, don't give me any more of this stuff.
Well, South Philly, they do make sauce. And I'll tell you where you find it.
Yeah?
On top of a tomato pie.
Okay. All right.
That's tomato sauce, is it not?
Yeah.
You don't put tomato gravy on a tomato pie, right?
You know, based on this, we could probably have I don't think Linda would be into the pizza debate. What can you put on a pizza? I would say nothing.
I think you guys, what? No.
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, it's a minimalist. It's
What,
got to
just
be
cheese?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. And it's
Oh,
got to be
gosh,
thin crusted.
Tom.
And it's got to be. Yeah, I'm not putting the other stuff.
The
on
thing
it.
that makes pizza
Defiles
great
it.
is it's a vessel for other kind of foods.
Oh, see, there's the debate.
I disagree with that premise right there, Dan.
That went too far.
Cheesesteak pizza? Oh, man.
See what he did right away? It's a vessel.
It is.
Pizza is
It
not
is.
a vessel.
It's not a vessel.
No.
You put cheese on it, it's just cheese on a piece of bread.
All right, we might have
gone
to
too far.
Yeah, we might have developed a topic here. All right, Linda, submit your topics, Linda. We'll be ready for you.
Is pizza a vessel for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, David Henry jumped out of his chair.
I know, but like, you ever have a General Tao's chicken pizza?
Oh God!
Yeah,
See,
it's
now
fantastic.
it's not quite the circle of Dante's hell. Pineapple is in the ninth. That's in about the 6th or 7th.
Barbecue chicken pizza?
Yeah, Henry's. I'm
I
not
do like
believing
barbecue
anything.
chicken
He
pizza.
does like the vessel.
But it's not, it's not a vessel.
It's not a vessel. Pizza is the main court, not a vessel. Okay. Fred Haron making a lot of news out there in Bucks County. He's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Pennsylvania Senator Tracy Pennycook, who is U.S. Army Reserve. And it's interesting, your life has really been about service.
I really wanted to be a helicopter pilot. I went to flight school, and I have to tell you, I would have paid the military to let me do it. I absolutely loved it.
You also married into a military family. Your husband, a U.S. Army veteran, you and Rick.
I don't know how he puts up with me sometimes, but he is a true rock star.
Thank you for your service. Best of luck with everything in office.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Dr. Jim Burns. This is my wife, Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money. Because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The Conclave is underway at the Vatican to elect a new pope. Today's the Real ID deadline. If you still don't have one, be prepared to deal with more security steps at the airport. And the Philadelphia Orchestra and Ensemble Arts has a new president and CEO.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Enjoy the spring weather with some of your favorite tequila and bourbon brands. Head into your local PA
fine wine and good spirit store to take advantage of $2 off 750 milliliter bottles of El Jimador and Herradura Silver Tequila. Also, the world's first Reposado Tequila, Herradura Reposado. And finally, Woodford Reserve Bourbon, the official bourbon of the Kentucky Derby. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty 7% ABF. Jack Daniel's Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Property Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, big 1 o'clock hour. First of all, podcasts coming out of the Philadelphia area. You got to watch this. Our friend, Sheriff Fred Haron, is launching a new podcast, Law and Order. Or, no, it's Bucks, B-U-X.
Ooh.
Yeah, just, no, Law and Order Bucks.
Is that like a play on Law and Order SVU? Because
Yes,
it's BUX
yeah, BUX. What does the BUX stand for? What the heck's going on here? This guy's now got podcasts launching. Damn, I'm only in 93rd place. I'm trying to take out Bill Kornfeld here, and Sheriff Fred Haron's coming up. Also, Henry has called some great sounds. Stefanik versus the Presidente of Haverford, saying, why don't we be fair to people celebrating Hamas? These colleges have to have the wood put to them. It's just that simple. Every dollar that you can freeze now with every one of them almost, that's what you have to do up and down the line. All right, let's go to Sheriff Fred Haron, who, again, boy, drew a big crowd today to Doylestown of the usual suspects. I don't even know what they're protesting exactly, but they're talking about the Holocaust in Bucks County. Sheriff Fred Haron. Fred, welcome back. Thank you for joining us. Yo, Fred, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. So, first of all, let's get to the big stuff here. Launching Law and Order, Bucks, B-U-X. Any episode out yet?
No, we'll be getting ready to do it this week. It should be coming out in the next couple of weeks. And this is something I've really thought about for a while. I just want to get out, what goes on behind the scenes in law enforcement. Talking to some experts in different fields. We want to talk about, the government, how sometimes government, we get in our own way to really get the job done. We're going to talk about some cold cases. We're going to talk about technology. Every aspect of the law and order world is what we're going to be bringing in. And we're going to throw some personal stuff in there too, to keep it real and keep it personal. And I wanted to appeal to everybody. And I'm, get a couple of episodes out there and then get some topics from the listeners and see what they want us to talk about. And then we're going to get some folks on and have some good conversation. I'm pretty excited about it. I think this is going to be, I've got some good feedback so far, and we dropped the teaser yesterday about 6, and we're getting a lot of calls on it.
Well, I would suggest a round table with some of the mob that was over there in Doylestown today. I could tell you the ones I think would be great guests on this, Fred. So how does it feel, as the Inquirer says, Fred Haron, Sheriff, is Jewish, and yet these Facebook groups and some of the others immediately go to this simple thing you're doing to aid and abet protection You sound like a Nazi sympathizer, one person on Facebook told the sheriff who's Jewish. And also the Holocaust era language in Bucks County.
Dom, I don't know if there's words that I can describe how it makes you feel and what these people are thinking. First of all, I think I'm pretty much the only Jewish sheriff in Pennsylvania. Number one. Number two, my father was in Patton's Third Army and helped liberate concentration camps. Number three, my mother had second cousins killed by Nazis in concentration camps. So I just don't understand it. Growing up in New York City, going to Jewish school, Hebrew school, I belonging to a synagogue here. I just being in Israel twice. I just do not understand how. But there's a lot of people out there uneducated and just don't have misinformation, and they just scream out stupid stuff. And these people are they're just dumb. I don't know what more. I mean, there's probably a lot of other things you could say, but they're just dumb and uneducated on the whole situation. To call me a Nazi is unbelievable.
Yeah, well, the Inquirer's not dumb, just politically bent. There's others, you're right. But, they bring up the usual suspects every time somebody does something that I think is very logical, but is a step forward, and you've been a trailblazer, even when I differ with you on the I have to go back and see why I differed. I might have been wrong. All I remember is
you differed with me.
Yeah, you came on, and boy, it was like 3 hours of talk radio that was unbelievable. We couldn't get enough producers and phone lines once you got done. It was really, really good stuff. I've done thousands of hours, and don't forget that, Fred. So the Inquirer and some of these people today, then they start. You're going to be sued just by these actions. You're going to be racial profiling. What do you say to these sorts of criticisms that you had to expect for what you're doing, which is being done nationally by a number of police departments?
Right. Those people just are not reading what I'm putting out. And I've met with a lot of groups, including the NAACP and Immigration Alliance and other type of groups. And I've told them what I'm doing. And even that, they leave the office and they just go out and spill their own rhetoric. I also told them that anytime we took someone into custody, I would notify them. If they want to have a representative in one of their groups, one representative to be the rep to coordinate with me, I would let them know. And I would let them know what the person was wanted for with U.S. charges or Commonwealth of Pennsylvania charges and what they were wanted for by immigration, and let them be in on the decision-making process. I don't know how much more transparent I could be. But to say we're rounding up and to say we're doing this and that and the other thing is just not true. Borderline lie, because whether they realize it or not, they're lying or they're giving untruths, and they're causing fear that's not necessary. They should be working with me instead of against me.
Exactly. And listeners know from previous conversations, you had the NAACP in as the hiring board and trying to overlook and add their eyes to it. But Fred, I want to tell you, I don't know, you're a busy guy. You may not have seen this today. But based upon even the Inquirer reporting, since President Trump is talking about defunding so-called sanctuary cities, Philadelphia, and the Inquirer doesn't like it, and a couple of their columnists don't like it, they're not billing themselves as a sanctuary city. The head of city council recently said, we're a welcoming city. My point being, the tide is turning. People are realizing what happens here when you don't work with ICE, Laken Riley, Morin, all these others, and just duly follow through on what is an obvious thing. You're putting all of us at risk.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And they are trying to change the narrative here, and you can't change it. I mean, look at yesterday with the Attorney General's office. Pam Bondi, 3 million or 300 million, doses of
fentanyl.
Fentanyl.
Yeah.
I mean, what has that saved the U.S. government?
Fred, if you just tell us too. I mean, I've had police on before, and they told me how at risk officers are just touching fentanyl, let alone mistakenly ingesting this. Talk about the risk factor when you have a pile of fentanyl pills there.
And I remember, when I was in Ben Salem, we had to change our whole evidence policy dealing with fentanyl because it is. You can, just by touching it or being in the area with it and it goes airborne, or you touching it and getting on your skin, you can suffer from an overdose. And we all carry Narcan, but police officers, throughout the country have overdosed just by handling the evidence. patting people down. You used to worry about just a needle getting stabbed. Now you have to worry about getting fentanyl on you. We have to wear rubber gloves when you're dealing with people. So it's extremely, extremely dangerous dealing with fentanyl. And here the U.S. government got a ton of fentanyl off the streets. People should be holding her up in the chair, parading her around. Even if you're a hard left person, the medical bills and the medical anguish, you just save families. How do you even think we shouldn't take that kind of proactive approach to our borders and immigration and things of that nature? And I'm only dealing with people that are wanted. I'm not even taking it to the extreme. So I just don't understand. And Dom, I just want to throw in, that a lot of people hit me up with, well, it's going to cost you money.
Yes.
Not true. Do you know what it costs to house an inmate for 1 year here in Bucks? $58,400.
Yeah.
And that's before any specialties, any special medications or doctors or treatments. That's $46 million a year for 800 inmates.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're handing it off. You're cutting costs by doing this in the end.
Yes.
Well,
very simple.
I'm so glad that we're going to have you on the airways because you are always a provocative, tremendous guest and outside the box and the stuff that you do in law enforcement. But then bringing in the NAACP and things of that nature, nobody is that kind of combination, Fred. That's exactly what I think law enforcement ought to be. So this should drop during National Police Week next week.
Yeah, we're hoping. Yep.
Well, absolutely, Fred. We'll tout it again when I see it. Just send us a note or whatever, and we'll be sure to tell people to tune in.
Thanks so much, Dom. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Fred Haron here on Talk Radio 1210. Yeah, on my list for Mulligans to salute him this year. Imagine he's Jewish. You heard the whole story. The Holocaust. Nazis. The mob out there. All right, here's a little bit. I don't want to forget to play this now. Here's this stuffy Haverford University, college, whatever they are. They were post-Ivies. These are the non-Ivies anti-Semitic look at. DePaul was on there, too. I'd love to see what the Catholic University was doing. Was it like LaSalle? And LaSalle, by the way, can come on anytime. They can bring in every person they're paying over $100,000 a year. Put in more chairs there. I'll debate them all. Bring them in. Tell me what you were doing over there. Remember the whole thing they did after October 7th? God. So here is Stefanik. You don't want to face Stefanik. Stefanik's being wasted now. Stefanik ought to be in the UN or beyond that. She's VP material, at least. Here's Stefanik with the head of Haverford talking about Haverford and anti-Semitic thought, Hamas, and also post-October 7th, what they told their students.
I want to ask you another example. There was a professor of mathematics and statistics who posted after the October 7th Hamas terrorist attacks, quote, "We should never have to apologize for celebrating these scenes of an imprisoned people breaking free from their chains. This was a historic moment to be recorded in their history books." Jewish students have reported that you said this post could be, quote, perceived in many ways. Does this post simply depend on the context, President Rabin? And were there any disciplinary actions taken against this professor?
Such posts have been incredibly harmful to our entire community, and I disavow them and that outcome for us.
Was there an investigation of the professor?
Investigations happen in all such cases.
So yes, in this case.
Investigations happen in all such cases, as I have said. And we follow.
This is a simple question. The other presidents are answering this straightforward as to disciplinary action. Again, these university presidents who are former presidents fail to answer these direct questions. In this case, was there disciplinary action taken or an investigation of this professor?
Respectfully, Representative, I will not be talking about individual cases.
Respectfully, President of Haverford, many people have sat in this position who are no longer in the positions as president of universities for their failure to answer straightforward questions. Another question I have.
Yeah. Penn and Harvard. I'm going to fool around here with Haverford. All right. So, I mean, could there be anything that is a bigger example than October 7th and how they reacted? All right. Coming up. Big vote in the Senate yesterday on something that's long overdue, stopping boys and men in girls' sports. And 5 Democrats were trying to get one of them on, voted with the Republicans to say no. You can't be out there biologically male. Nope, and saying you're a female, not going to work. But somehow or another, the House of Representatives, the House, will not bring this up for a vote. And the Inquirer and others like that. Now, who do I blame? Well, them, that there's not more public pressure to say this is an issue people in Pennsylvania want to know about. But also Doug Mastriano. I'll explain. 855-839-1210. You can get on board. Hit us on the side question. Don't wait to the very end. It's going to be jammed with that. We may not get to you. All-time great photo. The one that won the Pulitzer is good. But I think the better was Trump standing there, blood coming down, Secret Service around him, fight, fight, fight. That would have been my choice. The series of photos, including the bullet, were excellent. That one. That's the photo of the year, the active news photo of the year. What's that all-time photo? There's several that jump to mind that have not come up yet. You can hit that. Usually these are very intense. Could be war. Could be celebration, something of that nature. Could be sports. Hit us with those. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football, that's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with F the Jews signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold, an asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers. Just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, make sure you do that. Spread the word. We have to beat out these sports podcasts. That's our mission in life. The Dom Giordano Show. I see some of them are quaking already. We're getting some movement here. When will these podcast guys put out another list? We'll see. All right, 855-839-1210. Before I take another call, so I mentioned yesterday overwhelmingly, and 5 Democrats. One is the Democrat that beat the Republican in Lancaster County. Remember that? The state Senate made national news. As how could that happen there? They voted for the Fairness in Women's Sports Act to say overwhelmingly let's see, the vote in the Pennsylvania Senate was it 18-12 or was it more than that? 5 Democrats voted with the Republicans. And the sponsor, Judy Ward, said the bill would ensure all young women have a fair chance to compete in the sports they love. So how in the world, because I believe 8 to 10 Democrats would vote with all the Republicans on the House side, how in the world does this not get to the floor? And the answer is that Doug Mastriano lost so badly to Josh Shapiro. He lost the House for us, this goofball. And as a result, now they're bold enough, because the media's in their palm, to just say, no, we're not going to let you vote on this in the House. Now, this has national repercussions, because what this would do is to force Josh Shapiro either to sign off on it, which he wouldn't, or to veto it, which I think he would. And it would brand him for what he is, a progressive, somebody playing to the crowds. The more he says, folks, that's how you know he's feeling antsy about what would happen here. Every one of these presidential contenders has to be up or down on this issue. The more we can do that with them, the more they're going to lose the next time around and in the midterms and beyond. So 5 Democrats go an overwhelming vote in the Senate to say, no, we're not letting this go on. And it was spearheaded by female state senators mainly. And in the House, as I said, the last time this came up a few years back, and then it was vetoed by Wolf, there were ample Democrats who see the light. Imagine this guy now. This is the guy, Malone, that beat the Republican. I think it's the first time in 100 years in Lancaster County, right? Remember, that was the big story. What the heck happened here? Post-Trump, how could this happen? He's been on top of this. He sees it this way. He thinks it's ridiculous that you should have this issue go forward. And it aids and abets Josh Shapiro. By the way, speaking of Shapiro, we have part of the findings now on what they're going to do. They're going to have more marked police cars around the governor's residence, and they're going to have fencing that is anti-climb. I don't know why they can't put barbed wire on top. Oh, man, you can't be doing that. It's the governor's house. Yeah, well, people recognize what kind of world we're in here. No word, though, on why this guy did it. Was it a hate crime? Of course it was. He's anti-Jewish. He's anti-Semitic. He wanted to get at Josh Shapiro. They won't put that out because that's an embarrassment to the Democrat Party. We go round and round with this. That's where it goes. Love to get your reaction today, too. Now, not as high profile, Haverford, but right here in our backyard. Could be I wish they would bring LaSalle in. I would welcome it. I would tell Greg, I'm begging you, let me just broadcast from there, to talk about how they reacted to October 7th. Talk about how they coddled this Muslim group on campus. Now, Temple's got a problem. You have this Students for Palestine group saying all kinds of stuff for Mumia and a bunch of other stuff. You have this kid who, at least in the interviews to me, appears to be anti-Semitic, the one involved with the bar thing in Portnoy, the interviews that I've heard. But what should Temple do? Well, he has freedom of speech. It's the group that you shouldn't sanction. I believe he shouldn't be terminated from Temple, though. I don't, and if it were the Trump administration and they said to the college president, so Dan, I'll go to you first. Should Temple terminate this guy? I mean, he's obvious. We played the clip while you were doing something else. He was on a neo-Nazi show saying, yeah, Jewish supremacy. Should they terminate? Okay, you got something. All right, Henry, what do you say?
No, they're not going to kick him out. I don't think they should.
Yeah, I don't think they should
But he's
either.
just going to have to walk around campus for the next, I don't know how long he's got left, but he's going to walk around being that guy.
Yeah.
So I think that is punishment
Right.
enough.
Yeah, he does have freedom of speech on this. And if they said, well, what did you do with him? It's more these groups on campus, it's giving them the official seal of the campus. And two, it's when they physically are blocking students, setting up places where Jewish students or others can't go, setting up these encampments that are illegal. That's when the colleges, and it's also the colleges not calling out Hamas October 7th. That's when the Trump administration ought to go after them. So, no, I don't think they ought to bring Temple in on something like this with this student. They've suspended him for now. I don't even know if they should suspend him. And publicizing him, he's all over the place. He's doing interviews. That's a way to go. But it's the story is amazing. From bottle service to this guy attacking Jews to Portnoy saying, I'll give you an all-expense-paid trip to Auschwitz, to now he goes on a show where they're raising funds for him until they find out he's Muslim because they hate Jews. Wow.
Kick him out.
Why would you kick him out?
I just think if you say this about any other group besides Jews, it's expendable offense.
I don't. Well, okay, but yeah, you're right, based upon Temple. But it's speech, though. I don't think speech got to be more. You got to be harassing particular people.
At what line do we draw the line for hate speech? I mean, when you're saying F the Jews, posting signs and then raising money to get the support of other people who want to say F the Jews. I mean, that's...
I think it's protected speech.
Yeah.
We differ a little on that.
Right,
yeah.
I feel like...
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have these hate codes because the people that are going to end up suffering are conservatives more than anybody. But if you're doing it on campus now and you're harassing particular Jewish students or there's any physical contact or blockades or stuff like that or rallying on campus, now we get into a different thing where they have a stake in this. They have their own space. They have to do something. So as repugnant as it is, can you imagine this guy in the middle of this going on a show in which the host is chided because we shouldn't be raising money for brown-skinned Muslims either? That's got to be a heck of a show. I wonder if that's podcasted out of Philadelphia where it ranks.
It's crazy.
The hate hour. Yeah.
Sounds like an episode of South Park, to be honest.
I didn't even think it was real, but it looks to be real as hard as it is to believe. So this guy's out there. And again, I think Temple is going about as far as they can with this. What else are they going to do with him? There is a freedom of speech thing. I don't know if he's gone over any kind of line here with that, with bottle service. Didn't do it on campus. It's obnoxious beyond belief. But again, they may have codes. They probably do. Most of these colleges do. Dan's right on that. So if they have the code, I don't like them. But again, they should have to enforce it. Was there anything else with Stefanik and the Haverford president, Henry, that you heard?
I mean, we could go through their entire exchange here, but as far as isolated clips, that's what I had.
Okay. And it's DePaul. So there's a Catholic school on here and Caltech. So what they're doing is they're moving past the Ivies to say many of these schools are out of bounds. Now, friend of the show, Chris Tremagui, has got a great column up. I'm not sure that he supports Real ID. You know that today is Real ID Day. And he makes the point, nearly 21 years after it was first suggested in the 9/11 Commission report, almost 24 years after 9/11, it goes into effect today. Sort of. I'll explain. He says some of the things that happened in the time it took the government to implement Real ID. Donald Trump went from hosting The Apprentice to president. Facebook was 6 months old. MySpace and the preferred social media network was 1 year old. AT&T was singular wireless. People sent text messages by repeatedly hitting tangible numeric keys on a phone. I don't remember that. I don't think you guys would remember that.
When was this?
Well, during the 21 years that it's come, people sent text messages by repeatedly hitting tangible numeric keys on a phone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. The iPhone was 3 years
flip
away
phone.
from being released.
Remember having to hit like the 8 4 times to get a T?
Yeah.
I never.
Oh, it was
yeah,
terrible.
Yeah.
And T9 came around, which was like an autofill.
Okay.
Before autofill, yeah.
The iPhone was 3 years away from being released. Netflix was 3 years away from being a company that mailed out DVDs, but we're supposed to think real IDs are a necessary security measure. So on the day
Better times.
that we are here, what they're doing is you can still fly without the real ID. Pam Bondi and others saying, but you may have an additional security step if you don't have the real ID. Now, they don't say how long this period will go on, but on one side, I'm heartened by this. On the other side, I'm thinking all these people that drove themselves to get the real ID. So if the real ID is actually stopping terrorists, something like that, shouldn't it be in effect today? Rather than, if you don't have the real ID, then you're going to have to put up with more security. Maybe that might be the better thing anyhow. What's better, the real ID, or you don't have it, we're going to give you another layer of a lookover. I'd rather have that. That makes me feel more secure. You're going to be checking people out more than just some cockamamie real ID. And my advice, and the advice of the treasurer, Stacey Garrity, when she was on, is don't knock yourself out to get it. Use a passport. And I found this one nugget here of what's going to be accepted. They will also accept a foreign government-issued passport is okay. Well, wait a minute.
Wait.
How do we know the foreign government-issued passport is acceptable? I realize people may be coming from but what's the security we have with that? How's that secure? That seems to be, we're making Americans go through hoops with this, and yet you can have a foreign-issued passport, and they say they will accept it. That's one of the 11 or 12 things they'll accept. Also a Coast Guard thing and, stuff like that they'll accept.
Well, they accept a Costco membership card.
They're working on it. I have to get to Pam Bondi next time we get her on. Yeah.
It's not flattering, but.
Yeah. So, again, if you're flying, you're okay for now, as far as I can tell, but they may put you through more security. All right, 855-839-1210, you get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All I need you to do is just push pound 1210. Hey, I'm headed over to Dr. Bent's today. And every time that I have a chance to tell you about Dr. Bent's, I tell you about the recent experience I've had, which was the dental implant. And I went through, coming to a point. And again, Dr. Bent's gives you all kinds of options. All right, we can do this. Here's the percentage of how he sees it that'll work out versus a dental option. Well, this has come through tremendously well. But it was my choice after giving all the evidence being presented by Dr. Bent's, taking the time, sitting there showing me x-rays and talking about his experience with this and what I would experience. And it's just met all expectations. You will get that individual type of choice and care that you're in the driver's seat with Dr. Bent's. Also, when it comes to diagnosing, he is someone with the best diagnostic techniques and someone who spends a lot of time doing that, thinking it through. That's how you get the best outcomes. And if there's anything serious, that's how you find it. Advanced imaging and technology combined with personalized consultation based on his years of experience, Dr. Bent's will explain in detail. The options available to you, he can help you make the right decision. It's all to get you that smile and, more importantly, great dental health and care that you've always wanted. Met 3 Dr. Bent's patients that I sent there at last night's event. Call the Bent's Dental Group now. Get that initial look-see, 610-272-6949. The website, bentsdentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-921-5252. 800-921-5252. That's 800-921-5252.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner. Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of shit. Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Yo, it's Coop. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and you bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay, plus taxes and fees. It's guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today.
$20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Stop struggling to get your job posts seen on other job sites. Indeed's Sponsored Jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Weather sponsored by Joseph Anthony, Retreat, Spa, and Salon.
It will be a dry and pleasant day today across the Delaware Valley. Mixture of sunshine and clouds, less humid with a high 76. A quiet night tonight, partly cloudy, low 60 for the city, cooler out in the suburbs. And for Thursday, partly sunny, chance for some late day showers with a high 76.
Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secret to spoiling the moms in your life this spring. Now with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online at josephanthony.com where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time, waiting for the smoke from the first Conclave results. So in Italy right now, is it 5 or I think it's 6 hours. It's about 7:37, kind of late. Still don't think we're going to have the Pope today, though. And I still would say not tomorrow. These alliances, these things develop probably on Friday. We'll hear from Bill Donahue tomorrow, probably, talking about this and what he thinks they're up to. Rick Santorum is also over there covering it. And again, I think Fox News is crazy. So Henry and Dan as programmers. Henry, if you were programming Fox, would you be giving wall-to-wall coverage? I've seen nothing else on there.
Absolutely.
You would?
I would give that tiny little chimney they keep panning in
Yes.
on all the screen time at once.
Okay. With the bird. Is that bird a real bird? Yeah, it moved its head.
It's a real bird.
How does that bird stay there all the
Very
time?
photogenic.
Yeah, now that's a photo. And but once the smoke comes up and it's white, you're not giving any more.
No,
Sorry,
no,
you're waiting
it's
for
over
the smoke
for the
that.
day.
How close to the beach is the Vatican?
Rome and the Vatican? I don't think it's that close.
Really?
No.
I'm surprised to see a seagull.
Yeah, it looks. Yeah. Dan, would you give it this
I
coverage?
asked Henry whether that was a dove sitting up there, and he just laughed at me.
No, not a dove. Would you
That
give
would
it
be
this,
majestic.
Would you give it this coverage?
I'd give it a side-by-side, a little box in the corner, and cover
With
other stuff.
with the
until,
smoke,
yeah.
right, yeah. I don't get it.
You don't want to miss it, though, right? There's no way as a news service that you want to miss the second, especially if it's white smoke, and if you miss that cue, you're really missing something there, so...
Right. So
I feel like you got to have it in the corner. If it's white smoke, go to it instantly with breaking news sounders. If it's black smoke, just let it play in the corner and say kind of, we're seeing some black smoke out of the conclave.
Yeah. I mean, people have seen the conclave now, and thanks to Dawn having me on talking about it. And I said, I think as cynical as I had two objections to the film. Only one objection.
Spoiler alert?
No spoiler.
Okay.
The ending is just messed up. I mean, they were searching for an ending. I don't know why. I thought there were any number of great endings they could have had. But I think they were accurate. It's being claimed by some Catholic groups. Oh, no. They were anti-Catholic. It wasn't the Holy Spirit. It was all these political alliances. I'm so tired of these guys. I really am. I have to admit, and you know what? If I said this 15, 20 years ago here in Philadelphia, Catholic dominated. Oh, my God. How could you say that? Roe still gets on me for that. But I think this is what they do. Most of these bishops, archbishops, like here in Philadelphia, this guy hasn't spoken out in anything. He told his priest they couldn't counsel people about their objection, if you remember, religiously, etc., to getting the COVID vaccine. It took our buddy, Pastor Bill Devlin, to be the one to do that. And I think 30, 40, 50 people he aided and abetted in getting a waiver. Why couldn't you at least talk to the priest on this? There's no stand on anything, no stand on the needle exchange that's here that I've been critical of. He's a nice guy. When he comes on, he's a lovely guy.
Further proof that Fox News producers are listening to our show.
Yeah, you're right. They've moved away from it. Thank you. Trump swears in David Perdue. So David Perdue they went to, and you're right. They have the little box with that bird is still not moving.
Is that a Catholic seagull?
Why does that bird stay there?
Well, I looked it up. It's about 15 miles from the closest beach.
Okay.
So a seagull had to fly about 15 miles to witness this moment in history. So I got to imagine it's a Catholic seagull.
But they exactly have it right now.
Oh, I see ashes on its forehead. So
yeah, they have
left over from Ash Wednesday.
They have the little box there, but that's it. And they're going back to Trump swearing in David Perdue. Oh, we're sending David Perdue to China. He was on with me once. Very nice. And was fine, but I mean, he's the guy that lost in Georgia. How do you lose in Georgia? Come on. That's bigger news now than waiting for the smoke. So, Dan, that's further. We know they listen. Oh, yeah, Borowski just said it. Put it in the lower box.
Yep.
Now, Henry might vote and say he wants it in the left side box, so we'll see if they shift it around.
Wall-to-wall coverage.
Yeah.
This doesn't happen very often. Who knows? Maybe this Pope's like a new Pope John Paul II and it just goes on forever.
All right, I got a way we can do this. Fox News producers, if you're listening, show a My Pillow commercial within the next hour.
That guy with the cross and how he was
inevitable,
but he was a crack addict and now he's back. And get the slippers are the worst product. The slippers are horrible. The Giza sheets.
I know.
Yeah.
Show me Joe Namath within the next hour if you want to prove you're listening.
Okay, there you go. All right, so no white smoke yet. I'm not sure why. It's pretty late in the day, but I can't imagine him doing it one day. That would look bad. And again, whether you're a Catholic or not, are you believing that this is a holy service or is this more a political thing? That's definitely what I believe it is. And it appears to be, to me, I would bet they're not going to go to the so-called New World. They're going to go back to somebody in Italy, somebody Italian. That's the odds-on favorite. That's where it will be. Hey, President Trump making a point about something, though. And my photo today, of course, was the kiss. Just an all-time great. We don't celebrate the end of World War II enough. It just blows by. Today is Victory, VE Day, Victory in Europe Day. The kiss happened on VJ Day. And it had to be the release of all that. You might be killed, rationing, the enemy, all the things that went into World War II. Also, this, I don't know about the celebration around World War I. Not exactly something as memorable. But World War II, yeah, we don't do enough. And he's trying to do something about that. We're going to talk to KT McFarland, who has served as National Security Advisor one way or another, several administrations. What is it she thinks Trump is going to announce on Friday or so before he goes to the Middle East? He says it will be earth-shattering. Now, you know, he says big and beautiful deals a lot. I think it's going to be the Saudis coming into the Abraham Accords, which is a big deal. I don't know about earth-shattering, though. What else could he be announcing? God only knows. All right, the tease will go on for a couple days. 855-839-1210, you get on board. All right, if we get the white smoke or the black smoke or the orange smoke, we'll let you know. 855-839-1210, that's how you get in. Let's talk Sicily. Met last night, three great couples, and others who said they were thinking about it. And I said, don't think anymore. Time is a wasting. And that is the big trip to Sicily. Dawn referenced it last night to her last trip to Italy. People love this because...
Gonna get some sauce, that's why.
Oh, God. I am going to say I'm trying to see if I can do a broadcast from Sicily. And if I do, I want a gravy sponsor.
Repeat after me, Dom. The word marinara.
Marinara.
What?
Gravy.
Oh, no.
There you go.
No,
Yeah, sauce.
No.
Sauce. Dan, you're banned for a while here. Henry even said it, saying that pizza is a vessel for barbecuing.
Yeah, I lost a little credibility.
The vessel. The word vessel is my headline on Twitter.
A plain pizza can be overshadowed by better foods using pizza as a vessel. You know, General Tao's pizza, for example, or buffalo chicken pizza.
Another thing I will
cheesesteak pizza.
Tell you, the pizza here is better than the pizza in Italy.
Oh, don't let Giuseppe hear that one.
Next time he's on, it is better. But Sicily is the draw. It is exotic. It is one of the kind. It is Mediterranean Europe. And it's Calabria also, where all the Godfather films took place. We're going to do that tour, too. All this with conservative tours. Nobody does it better. That's why that name. They featured talk radio stations across the country. We're one of their biggest, 5544, including airfare, the dining events. You've heard Giuseppe, right? They know the local color, the local places with great food. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Monreal, the Palace of the Normans. All this, call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. The crown jewel of Sicily, I'm told, is Taormina. Savoca's on our list, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples, the volcanoes, and you. Call 888-733-9494.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Pennsylvania Senator Tracy Pennycook, who is U.S. Army Reserve. And it's interesting, your life has really been about service.
I really wanted to be a helicopter pilot. I went to flight school, and I have to tell you, I would have paid the military to let me do it. I absolutely loved it.
You also married into a military family. Your husband, a U.S. Army veteran, you and Rick.
I don't know how he puts up with me sometimes, but he is a true rock star.
Thank you for your service. Best of luck with everything in office.
Start your day with Kale & Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210. WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. Welcome in. And yeah, Fox following the guidelines. The bird is gone, but the smoke still has not come up through that.
What an impatient seagull.
Yeah, I know. He started flapping around, then he left.
What else does he have to do?
Yeah, exactly.
Go catch some fish.
I mean, it is about almost 8 o'clock. Maybe I could start to believe these guys are finalizing. Could be an agonizing vote there, but I don't think so. I think they're just taking their time. The whole world's watching. It happens once, every 10, 15 years or so.
I was going to say,
maybe it doesn't work. They're fixing it. The guys testing it out.
Yeah, when Rick Santorum was on yesterday, they said none of these guys had been together, know each other at all. Who's to say they even know how to work the chimney? How do I get this thing to light again?
They could be debating gravy versus sauce or something like that. So.
The past couple of decades, they switched to an electric fireplace, and for some reason, it's not producing smoke anymore.
All right. But Fox did take the cue as we were discussing it. All right. Susan in Chester Springs has been waiting. All right, Susan. Hi. What do you have today?
About the college things. We have a saying around our house that evil has no borders and hate knows no truth. So that's the only way we can explain how crazy these people are.
Yeah, particularly October 7th. My alma mater was among the worst. Haverford was too. Just they couldn't control themselves. They had to blurt this out, even though the world knew that these were not outliers that committed these atrocities. That was the point. That's what they were doing. Remember the people with the hang gliders too, putting that on their email, et cetera. Yeah.
Yeah. And sauce and gravy. Now, in my family, gravy was thick and sauce was thin.
Yes.
So maybe that'll help.
Okay. I'm telling you, it was intense last night. And Dan was stoking the fire, walking the aisles with these people. It was like pronouns. They, them, sauce, gravy. Yeah. Which one are you going to put on it?
I love Dan, but it's gravy.
Sauce.
Gravy. My iconic photo. I don't know if you remember. National Geographic had a cover with this unbelievably beautiful, poignant, sad Afghan girl with those pale eyes, just beautiful and looking. It was, I think, 1980. I don't know, 3 or 4, and later they did a DNA to find her, and they found her in her 30s, and she looked 70, 80.
Yeah.
The light was gone from her eyes, and it just showed you what happened to girls in Afghan.
Exactly. Thank you, Susan. That is a great one. Is that also the take off the board, the mom with a couple of kids, and she's probably only 30, 32. It's the Dust Bowl, the Great Depression, looking as if she's 60, beaten down by the world. Malala, who was shot, I believe, in the head by these people. And yet Democrats and progressives can't call that stuff out and talk about what's done in a lot of these countries. Okay, we're going to talk with KT McFarland, who's been everything when it comes to national security. Saw her on a couple of shows yesterday talking about what is it that Trump is going to announce, her guess, that's so earth-shattering. Could it be Saudi Arabia joins the Abraham Accords? Now, you think, come on, Dom, is that the biggest thing in the world? Well, it is, but doesn't seem Trumpian. You know, like what's he going to announce that he can do next? If they do, that is historic, though. Saudi Arabia, enemy of Israel, et cetera. If they're doing that, again, on Trump's that's something that is Nobel Peace Prize. It really is. Not that they're going to do it. However he got it done. That one is. Well, why doesn't he solve the Ukraine war? If he did that, they still wouldn't do it. Not that that's going that well. All right, we'll talk with her. We have Dom's Money Melody. Got a couple of other big things, too. 855-839-1210.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
It will be a dry and pleasant day today across the Delaware Valley. Mixture of sunshine and clouds, less humid with a high 76. A quiet night tonight, partly cloudy, low 60 for the city, cooler out in the suburbs. And for Thursday, partly sunny, chance for some late day showers with a high 76.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer's coming fast, and if you don't plan, you're going to be stuck home while everyone is making memories at the beach. Book your Memorial Day weekend stay today at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, my happy place. And I know you're going to love it. And it's never too early to book your June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights gets you $70, and 7 nights gets you $80 a night in resort credits that you can use at Hemingway's restaurant right on site, the outdoor pool bar, their beach concession stand, or in the gift shop where you can get passes for a whale-watching boat cruise. Always book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand Hotel at Cape May is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate event, baby and bridal shower. With 4 beautiful ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. So call and ask to talk to my friend Caitlin, and she will help you plan your dream event. Call them today at 800-257-8550 or grandhotelcapemay.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took all the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football, that's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with F the Jews signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Big issues, big guests. It's been too long, and when I saw her out there trying to read the tea leaves, what is this earth-shattering, President Trump's words, announcement he's going to make? Well, KT McFarland is back with us, former U.S. Deputy National Security Advisor, served 4 U.S. presidents, and geopolitics expert extraordinaire and tea leaves reader. What is Trump up to? Let's go to KT McFarland. KT, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thanks for joining us today.
It's an honor and a pleasure, Dom. Thank you.
Who were the 4 presidents? Did you serve Nixon? I forget. That'd be way back.
Yeah. I was very young. I was 18 years old when I was an aide to Henry Kissinger. It was the Nixon, Ford, Reagan, and then Trump administrations.
Nixon, Ford, Reagan. Boy, which, if you had to pick a favorite moment or a favorite situation, was it Reagan at this point, or?
Yeah, but we're not done with Trump yet. I mean, we'll see
exactly.
if he's able. I think if he pulls off what he's trying to pull off, by far, it will be the most consequential presidency, even beyond Reagan. To me, the most exciting moment was working for President Reagan. I'd written the first draft of his Star Wars speech, and so he invited me to go into the Oval Office while he read the speech, gave the speech to the American people at his desk, and it was a pretty extraordinary evening because that, in retrospect, it turns out that was the speech that really broke the straw that broke the back of the Soviet Union. And when they heard Reagan give that speech, they realized that they were never going to win the Cold War and that they should negotiate on America's terms, on Reagan's terms to end the Cold War. So it was probably one of the most consequential things that's ever happened from the Oval Office so far.
I didn't know you were in there. I was just a civilian in. But you know what? Being consequential as Trump is, and it's early, Reagan bringing down the Soviet Union, I have to go back to Lincoln and Washington. It's in that league. I don't know about you. You were on the inside. I was just looking at it and thinking, no way. We're going to have this for the rest of our life. They're too big. Evil empire, the whole thing. And he did it. The top Trump accomplishment to me, KT, is moving Republicans away from getting involved in unending wars. He's been fanatic about that. I witnessed it in the Oval Office a little bit myself when people were trying to convince him to go into Syria, a bunch of Congress people there. And that change, we don't notice it as much, but it's big.
Yeah, I mean, since the end of World War II, starting really with Korea, but probably Vietnam most memorably, we fought forever wars that we haven't won. And a great division to the American people, great cost in blood and treasure, and with nothing to show for it. And so President Trump, I think, is the one guy who said, it's enough. We're not going to do this. We're going to fight, but we're going to use America's superior economy to defeat our adversaries. And that's exactly what he's doing.
KT, so the big earth-shattering moment, it seems to be connected to the Middle East, but that's not Trumpian. It's not big enough. What do you think is happening?
Oh, I think it might be, though. Here's why.
Yeah.
First of all, if it was going to be maybe announced like, oh, we got a trade deal with somebody, that'd be really significant.
Right.
But knowing President Trump, why would he release that story on Thursday or Friday and then head to Saudi Arabia? It would almost be like he's stepping on his own good story. So I think it may have something to do with the Middle East. And if it is my hunch is that he's going to announce that Saudi Arabia is joining the Abraham Accords. In other words, regularizing, normalizing relations with Israel. I think maybe 1,500 years we haven't had anything that significant. And that would really be the beginning of overall peace in the Middle East. It would completely isolate an already isolated and bankrupt Iran. But it would put the Middle East, would take it out of the category of a place where we always fought continuous, unending, unresolved wars. So we'll see. I mean, I think it's got to be something big. I don't think President Trump would tease it like that unless it was pretty significant.
I think I agree with you. That's probably what it is. I don't know that the base. We did a big event last night. Is with Trump, they more like what he's doing domestically, DOJ and stuff like this, and uprooting the federal government. But the foreign policy stuff is unique. It is beyond one of a kind. It's as significant as Reagan potentially, but much different.
Yeah, and foreign policy doesn't seem to affect us in the sense of, okay, my children are at school, my grandchildren are at school, and the woke culture is prevailing, or I go to the grocery store and everything's inflated by 20%. Or we have civil unrest, or our streets aren't safe because of the illegals. All those affect you immediately and in your face. The foreign policy stuff seems, it's over there somewhere. It doesn't really have an impact. But in fact, the significance of it, whether it's new trade deals with everybody, or whether it's peace in the Middle East, or whether it's China backing down from the trade war, that actually has a much bigger effect in a lot of ways and long-term effect. It's just that it doesn't seem so immediate to everyone.
Are you in the camp, KT? I talk often that, today we talked about Marsha Blackburn yesterday, reviewed with the NBA in front of her, the guy who runs the Philadelphia 76ers now, Free Hong Kong, and what they did and how the NBA reacted. And some people say, well, why would you do that? To me, that shows how adversarial, what an enemy China is, to the most minute factor, all the way up to the big stuff like our medical supplies, et cetera. How do you place them on the enemy list? I see them even more of an enemy of the world, potentially, than the Soviet Union.
Oh, completely. Because the Soviet Union, even though it had nuclear weapons, that's about all it had. It didn't have a strong economy. It didn't have the ability to really affect your day-to-day economic or technological advances. China's a pure competitor. I mean, their economy, their technology, now their military. So absolutely, China had, we made this huge mistake, Tom. 20 years ago, we let China into the World Trade Organization, and we assumed, well, we're going to help China develop its economy because it'll be an open economy. Then they'll have an open economy, they'll have an open society, they'll be trading partners with us, just the same way we helped the vanquished countries after World War II. China never had any intention of playing that game. They always thought that they would replace the United States as the dominant power in the world. And, they got sharp elbows. And they have used the trade weapon. They've used the threat of trade. They've cornered the market on a lot of critical goods, whether it's antibiotics, whether it's rare earth minerals, and they're using that as blackmail. That's why it's so important for the U.S. We're in a unique position now. We haven't been in this position ever, where because of our economy, because of our technology, because we're the world's largest marketplace that everybody has to sell their goods into, and because of our energy resources that we're just now realizing the extent of what a great benefit that is to us, we're now in a position where we can renegotiate all these trade agreements with everybody, but most particularly with China. And that's the thing to do, because China has no intention of playing fair.
What was the thinking, too? I don't want to be one of those guys looking back. I see it clearly. We're doing, as my side question today, KT, all-time photograph because of the Pulitzer that won with Trump. And the Tiananmen Square guy, When the tank moved, he moved in front of it, 1988.
Yeah.
You know, the world just has to face, to me, a Putin. I see him for what he is. You're not going to convince him in any way. You just have to have more power over him. He's a rational actor in that sense, but you're not going to break through with him. And with the Chinese, they're taking the 100-year look, which makes it even more difficult. People that you worked around, I think a Nixon would recognize that, but Nixon is the one that had to break through with China.
The breakthrough, I mean, you know, Henry Kissinger was my boss, and over 50 years became not a boss and a mentor and then ultimately a really close friend. And I asked him, you know, did you ever think that that opening to China would result in China trying to suppress the United States and try to rule the world? And he said, well, we always knew China would develop. We just didn't think it would happen this fast. And so I always look at that and say, how could you see 50 years in advance? I think you deal with the situation at the time. And you make the best deal you can, but then you continue to reassess. And that was the problem. The United States, after September 11th, we took our eye off the ball. We only looked in the Middle East. We only saw terrorism. We didn't see what China was doing. And as a result, they've had a 20-year run where they've exploited and taken advantage of us, partially because we were stupid and partially because our leaders, they didn't really want to offend anybody. And again, they had this mistaken conception of what the Chinese would do. But now it's a time of reckoning. You know, there's nothing that says it more clearly than when the Chinese had control both entrance and exit to the Panama Canal. And when we, the United States, tried to have an American company buy the ports from Chinese, a Hong Kong company, and the Chinese always said, well, you know, we'll never use that Panama Canal for ill. We'll always breakdown for everyone. And the minute anybody tried to buy it from China, they went, no. And I said, well, then it just proves the point. They have no intention of ever having that be a fair, open passageway. They wanted to exploit it for economic and military.
Exactly. KT, thank you very much. And we'll see if your prediction is right. I think it could be without a doubt. Where do we find you, KT, on Twitter, et cetera? What's the book currently that you're working on or have out?
Okay, well, my book that I wrote a couple of years ago, which is even more relevant now, is called Revolution, Trump, Washington, and We the People. Talks about the populist movement in America and puts it in a historic perspective. But really, the important part is that analyzing China and Russia and how our relationships with them have evolved and changed and why it's time to finally stand up. And like with Reagan, we'll win this trade war. We'll win this Cold War. But we have to have the perseverance to say, okay, it may not happen in 2 weeks. It might take 18 months, but it's going to happen.
Absolutely. KT, thank you very much as always. Thanks for joining us today.
Honor and a pleasure. Thank you.
KT McFarland served 4 presidents, Kissinger, China, but also what will Trump come up with? You know, the Trump base, I don't know, is looking at stuff like this in the Middle East, but she's right. If he did that, if they sign off on this, Saudi Arabia with Israel, goes a long way to say the Middle East isn't going to be something you just blanch at and move away, that every time it's up there, just unending wars. So I think it's going to be that. But it's the stuff he's done domestically that people get fired up about. And last night, that's what they get fired up about. You know, one of the things I said last night, where are we now? How about a moment to celebrate? In other words, to kind of take stock of how many things have already been accomplished. And I know every time we look around, we'd say, though, what about this? The other shoes that haven't dropped yet. True, it's unending. Epstein came up last night. But as far as taking stock, there is a lot to celebrate at this point that already has been put into motion. And the border is the biggest of all. It is sealed. We're moving on domestically. We had Fred Haron on, Bucks County. They're joining up with ICE. You're seeing Philadelphia. Philadelphia is not calling it a sanctuary city anymore, Jim Kenney. They may still be acting, but they're trying to avoid it because they don't want to lose $2 billion in federal funds, which could happen. They're calling it a welcoming city. All right, 855-839-1210. God, what time is it? Is it 8, 12, or 13?
It's got to be, the way the sun's going down and everything.
Yeah, it does look like that. So in Vatican City, and still no smoke. Maybe it's not working one way or the other. They back to putting it in the center screen, and we're back on the smoke watch. versus having it in the bottom right. It belongs in the bottom right.
Don't you love having competent producers, Dom?
Yeah, exactly.
Bill Hemmer's been talking into the camera for like 40 minutes now. Like they didn't have any backup prep prepared in case this didn't happen right at 1 p.m.
You know what? That's exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
They don't know what to do, so they're sticking with the Vatican story.
It's like when Kamala Harris showed up late to The View. Remember?
Yeah,
They were just
exactly. That was an all-timer.
That's so funny.
Do you have any questions? And they didn't. And what are we going to do here now? And there's 5 of them being paid $1 million each. They couldn't.
No idea how to.
They couldn't fill 4 or 5 minutes. Well, what would you like to talk about, Whoopi? I don't know. Make something appear on the screens. The newsreader. Where are my papers? All because Kamala Harris, there was a COVID scare. Oh, by the way, tomorrow, full coverage. Dr. Jill Biden and Joe Biden on The View. And I think they'll ask it in the most convoluted way possible. But they're going to end up saying, well, he seems perfectly cogent to me. Why couldn't he run for president then? What are we talking about? Did we misjudge Biden? Soon, Fox has said soon, smoke from the first Conclave vote result. For the last 4 hours. Soon. The seagull is back.
I was expecting smoke. I got a seagull.
Jonathan Seagull is back to stand there. The one part on the roof, that's where he stands. By 855-839-1210.
He has a spot marked. It's a marked spot, Dom.
It must be. He's got his cue, and I still predict.
If only Beyonce had her spot marked at her
They're not going to decide today. They like a little bit of the drama.
No
Again,
shot.
Friday, heading into the weekend, a news dump at 6 o'clock on Friday night.
They got to have some smoke.
Oh yeah, well it'll be the black smoke, but I don't know why they're delaying it, screwing up news coverage on this. What's Fox going to do?
Well, I saw something. It's like 108 of the 133 electors, were elected by Pope Francis.
Yes.
So 108 of them don't know how to work the chimney. Don't know how to work the.
That's right. They're new. They don't know what they're doing here.
They're furiously blowing that little fan onto the fire right now.
Exactly. Trying to get some kind of smoke coming.
Call the producers a survivor. We need help building a flame.
If the smoke looks even a little bit orange, there's going to be a lot of news coverage on that. All right. We may get the smoke. We may not. Rich may get smoke before the show's over. But right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
All right, we are playing today again for a pair of tickets to see a classic, Some Like It Hot, at the Forest Theater on Tuesday, May 20th. Tickets are available at ensembleartsphilly.org. Some Like It Hot, the 4-time Tony Award-winning show set in Chicago during the Prohibition, combines heart, laugh, song, and dance. All right, what do you have here today, Dan?
Yeah,
Henry,
today, we're asking for that all-time iconic photograph or picture. I'm going to play you a song today that was popular in the the late aughts, early 2010s. It's a song about taking pictures. The caveat today is that it's a jazz cover of that song.
A smooth jazz.
Smooth jazz.
A Japanese
no, not
smooth
the jazz.
Japanese
with Dan.
smooth
oh my God.
jazz.
Oh,
cover.
this isn't me. This is Henry.
This is my brain. This is my brainchild right here.
Yeah, Japanese smooth jazz.
Maybe
cover.
we need some different brains back there with all this smooth jazz. Okay.
Yeah, smooth jazz. Japanese smooth jazz cover of a certain song from the late 2000s, early 2010s about taking pictures. So let's take a listen.
Drinking some coffee.
Make it stop.
Melody? Here it comes. Here it comes.
All right, the smoke is coming.
Here, Dom.
Give me the melody.
Right here. I like Japanese smooth jazz. Oh, we need the name of the song today, Henry?
Yeah, let's take the name of the song, and you know what? If you can, name the artist as well.
Oh my God!
Japanese smooth jazz artist?
No, the original artist of this original song.
All right, if they get this quickly, I'll be amazed. We have to give more hints, maybe at a point here. All right, 855-839-1210. Jump on board. We have a jazz expert out there. You'll get this right away. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210. Let's get a winner quickly.
Hi, I'm John. This is my wife Lisa, and we have been with Crash Proof since 2021.
I always felt very risky being in the market because if the market crashes, you lose everything you worked your whole life for. With Crash Proof Retirement, in 2024, we earned 14%. In 2025, the market has gone down, but we still didn't lose that interest that we earned in 2024. It gets added to my principal, and that becomes my new principal.
I love it, man. Every year I start with a new high. I have more money than last year, and I have a whole nother year to make more, hopefully, but I guarantee to not lose money, and that is what I love. I get to keep all of my money in my system, and we never pay fees. I don't know where you can find that anywhere on this earth, but I found it here and I'm pretty happy about it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. You've heard me talk about my friends from Piazza Mazda and their huge crossover and SUV lineup. This month, Piazza Mazda is offering 0.9% financing on their award-winning SUVs and crossovers. Choose between the sleek Mazda CX-5, the sporty CX-30, the capable CX-50, the three-row CX-90, or the CX-70 plug-in hybrid. Discover your dream SUV with 0.9% financing for 36 months today. Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester or Reading for a personalized test drive, or shop online at piazzamazda.com and tell them Nick Cale sent you.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money. That's right. Every day around 2:13 or so, 855-839-1210.
Japanese smooth jazz.
Let's hear a little bit of this. If somebody gets this, I have to take my hat off to you, even though I'm not wearing one. All right, give us a limited amount of this here. Okay, that should be enough to wet your whistle.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
want that who sings the original
Who
song?
sings the original?
Or
Okay.
the song itself.
Or the song itself, yeah.
Let's go to Brian in Souderton. All right, Brian, who is it?
Fresh off the event last night, Brian from Souderton, your Scooby-Doo boys here. Got my Dom calendar after 4 years.
Wore that
Thanks a
Greg
lot.
Soccer
Love you
Suck shirt
guys.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Yep, had that shirt on, me and Tom. from Percy. That would be Lady Gaga paparazzi.
Wow, that is brilliant. By the way, you know, I'm trying to convince, and Dan did all the legwork on this too, a second Dom calendar. The first was so outrageous, it's such a collector.
Yeah.
What's your favorite month of the pictures of me going through the calendar?
And I should have brought it last night for all your autographs. I'm such an idiot. I love March. I love March.
What was March?
What was
I don't
March?
remember what March was.
I can't remember right now, but
All right, so we'll put you on hold, Brian. Nice job. Great seeing you
Is that
last
the one where
night.
you wore socks on the beach?
No, that was supposed to be photoshopped out. That guy has a lawsuit coming his way still that's out there. The Trump at the Resolute desk is in there. And the other one, me as an elf and you as Santa, I think, is in there. Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Should have been the other way around.
Yeah, that was good. No, it was good
Was
work.
I the elf or were you the elf?
No, I don't think you were the elf.
Make more sense if you were Santa. and I was the elf.
Maybe you
No,
were.
it wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would.
It was
You're 6'8".
That's
but
right.
I'm
Buddy
Can't be
the
an
elf, if anything.
He
I'm
can't
also
be
the
the elf.
worker elf for, Dom.
Henry, any
I
other
make the
note
toys.
on this curious choice today?
No, we were just looking for a photograph-themed kind of songs
Okay.
to mess with, and this
Okay.
came across my desk, and I was like, I can't pass this one up.
I like to see the smooth jazz.
I mean, anytime you
desk.
get an opportunity to play Japanese smooth jazz, you got
There
to
you
take
go.
it.
You got to take it.
Yeah.
It will never happen on the station again. Okay, still waiting for the smoke. 855-839-1210. I'm watching at this point a replay of the Presidente of DePaul, a Catholic school, in the anti-Semitic hearings today. We played you the Haverford president. And this stuff with these Catholic universities, they're fraudulent, including LaSalle. They got it said after the barbarous conduct, the attacks on October 7th. They put out directives with their students that reflect what they're teaching. Well, two sides to the story. Look at those hang gliders. They still haven't paid for this. And now the Trump administration is moving in on them. So today's hearings were beyond the Ivies. It's not just the Ivies. It's not just Harvard and all the nonsense that goes on. All right. Now, something of an alert. Yesterday we had Jeff Andrew on. Going to tell you there's going to be a problem with the big, beautiful bill to get this done because we have some Republicans here that are forming these little caucuses or groups to get their way. We need every Republican vote, as you know, to get this done in the House. The cutting of spending, the big, beautiful bill, the reconciliation. So about 5 of them are, and one is Tom Kaine, who is a Nepo from the father who was governor, is a congressman in Jersey. He wants the SALT cap, as I understand it, to be greatly increased. Now, the SALT cap, people go, what the hell is it? State and local taxation. In other words, Jersey goes wild, property taxes, everything else, taxing people. They want to be able to deduct a lot more from their federal income tax because of California, Massachusetts, New York, Jersey, Illinois. I think those are the big 5 because of how outrageous. All that does is embolden these progressives to tax people in Jersey more. So if they don't get that relief, there's 5 of them. They're not going to sign off on this. Then apparently there are 3 or 4 Republicans, and Brian Fitzpatrick is apparently one of them, who will not sign off if you take away funding for Planned Parenthood. Now, if that's fully true, we'd invite him on to tell us that. How in the world does he not get that the Trump base, the people that elected Trump, we want to take away the funding for Planned Parenthood? Tired of hearing about, well, what all the contraceptions, they just stop it already. There's a million places you can go to get that. You know what their business is, and you know why we don't want to fund it. They have a right, if they can get people to fund abortion factories, but we shouldn't fund it. So you got that cabal. And then you have some of these people squeamish, and we talked with Jeff Andrew about this yesterday to get a guideline on Medicaid. What is it, 22% or so of people in Delaware County are on Medicaid. Now, these are obviously, many of them, able-bodied young men that should not be on Medicaid, should not be going down that path. So how in the world are they going to cut enough here, as promised, around these things for the big, beautiful bill. It just gives you an idea of the challenges. And there's probably a dozen more that I don't know of. These little cabals saying no. And I feel for people in Jersey. We've been through this how many times? Should we give them a much bigger cap to take off of their federal income tax because of the brutality of progressives who tax them to death, property taxes and everything else? And I still say no. Should we not defund Planned Parenthood? Are you kidding me? And then 3, the Medicare stuff. So there's probably a bunch more. Watch for this to continue to bubble up here. Can they get past these people? We'll see. All right, we got the side question. Oh, let me go to Drew and Upper Darby. Since Dan is a skeptic, I don't know about Henry. WIP seems to be skeptical of this. Drew,
Jack Fritz in particular.
Yeah, Jack Fritz, the Dan of WIP.
Well,
yeah,
that's an honor, to be quite honest.
Well, he's got a book out there. Is that true? But
yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
That guy's.
Oh, come on now, Dan. Come on, let's go. Your book's coming out soon.
Also isn't he involved with Go Birds, the #2 podcast on that list?
All right, we're going to take him down with our podcast here. Henry's saying that. Yes. Hey, Drew, what's your side today?
Hey, Dom, thanks so much. You know, Dom, everybody was at this game. I think you were and I was, but I'm talking about when Wilt Chamberlain is holding up his pick, with the 100 points. That famous picture when he scored the 100 points in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
No.
Yes.
When he decided to take a Sharpie, put it to a piece of paper, and draw 1-0-0.
Wait a minute. That was the NBA's and the guy who invented analytics and stat keeping, Harvey Pollack, who started with the NBA, and then everybody copied what he did. He gave them the Sharpie and gave them the thing. So you're saying Harvey Pollack was lying, too.
Yeah, how much money did Harvey Pollack make off of Wilt Chamberlain's name? So.
Why in the world is this a conspiracy?
I'm making false claims here. I have no idea. Yeah.
Wilt could score 100 points anytime he wanted. He could score 200 if he wanted to.
There's no proof of it.
Yeah. That's a good one.
That season, excuse me, I'm sorry. That season, he supposedly averaged like 56 points a game. That was his average.
I think it was 50.6.
That's amazing.
Yeah, but I may be.
I mean, even if it's real, is it really that great of an accomplishment when you're playing against 5'6" white dudes?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
There we go. You got to play with who's out there. I mean, someday we're going to say Kobe Bryant scoring what he did in the final. That's not an accomplishment.
Teleport Wilt Chamberlain into today's game.
Yes.
Or even like the late night. Put him up against Patrick Ewing and Shaq. He's not going to succeed.
He would laugh at Patrick Ewing.
With today's training, he would. But if you just asked him to, hop from 1960 to now, he get destroyed.
Yeah, you got to put Wilt in today's thing. I mean, he picks up a bowling ball on average 210 with.
Yeah, like
no
back
holes.
then, there was no rim protection. Absolutely.
Yeah, he'd be Amari Stoudemire. He'd be Amari Stoudemire.
Oh yeah, Wilt. Yeah, and I'm sure 20,000 women's a myth too. There you go. The 20,000 women, too. You're disputing that. We have the DNA evidence. All right. It's 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time photo. And can these Republicans be smoked out that they're actually going to move forward on what Trump was elected on? If we get this bill, deregulation, the tax cuts, things are going to look a lot. There were a lot of questions last night, people worried about the midterms. And I think it's legitimate to be worried at this point. But if these things play out as they should by July 4th, then it's going to be a pretty solid case moving into the midterms. And then again, Democrats are at 21% or 20%, so they don't have anything. Get in at 855-839-1210. Don't miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free. Buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. So whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle all your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com, res-q.com.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Pennsylvania Senator Tracy Pennycook, who is U.S. Army Reserve. And it's interesting, your life has really been about service.
I really wanted to be a helicopter pilot. I went to flight school, and I have to tell you, I would have paid the military to let me do it. I absolutely loved it.
You also married into a military family. Your husband, a U.S. Army veteran, you and Rick.
I don't know how he puts up with me sometimes, but he is a true rock star.
Thank you for your service. Best of luck with everything in office.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. If your dad is a Philly sports fan, I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music with Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Ocean City Music Pier on July 12th. I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly. And it's in New Jersey. Saturday, July 12th on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey.
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
1210 homeowners, are you sitting on the sidelines waiting for the right time to sell your home? Here's the truth. The time is now. The American economy is back. Private sector growing. Good paying jobs more available. Inflation's down. Eggs and gas cheaper than they've been in years, and the fear is fading. In the market, it's on fire. Right now, I'm helping sellers get tens of thousands over asking. No inventory, and there's buyers are starving for homes. So stop hiding in your house and start planning the move to your low-maintenance lifestyle. But selling in this market does take more than luck. It takes strategy. And if you're serious about crushing it when you sell, learn about all my strategies in my books, Home Selling Sharks and Model Home Mindset. I'll send you a free copies today. But if you want to learn from the master, that's me. Come to my next home seller seminar on June 11th in Fort Washington. Go to 215-576-8666.com or call me at 215-576-8666.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, before we take some more calls, all-time photo today coming off the Trump series on Trump, winning the Pulitzer Prize. I like the Fight Trump better than the series, but there is the bullet whizzing by. It's amazing. It's a good choice. I just think there was a better one. We're looking for that all-time photo. By the way, here's Linda McMahon that we're trying to get on the show as a natural, Department of Education. Listen to what she said. Here's the history of one of the worst departments of the federal government ever. How much have they spent, and what are the results? Cut 16.
Now, let me just point out to you that the Department of Education was set up in 1980. We have now spent as a country over $3 trillion. to watch the performance of our students continue to decline. And as I said in my confirmation hearing, we're just simply not doing something right. I don't think that education that is handled from a bureaucratic position in Washington, D.C. is best for the states. We'll continue with the funding. The Title I funding, that's one of the things that's questioned, and people are afraid they won't get Title I funding, or our IDEA funding for our disabled and special needs students. That will all continue to go to the states. It might go through a different agency, or it may go directly to the states. But education, I think, is going to have more funding going directly to the students, which is where it should be.
All right, $3 trillion. By the way, Fox Stan has made it a long shot now on the smoke thing. They still have the box, but they're disinterested in making it tinier and tinier. And it's got to be like 8:30 or so in Rome. Why no smoke yet? Could they actually be trying to drop this in one day? I still doubt it. I just don't know.
No, there's no shot.
There's no shot. It's Friday. I will be the day.
I bet, the longer it drags on, the more uncertainty they have in there. It's not even close.
I think they're so close to a decision that there's such a debate going on that they're going to announce it here soon.
I would be.
They can't decide, and they're so close that they just made the one last.
I'd be shocked. They like to take their time, and they like to put up favorite sons. I'm going to give you the vote in the first round. The honor. It's an honor to be voted to be Pope. It's political. I will be I'd be shocked if it's at this point. And the Pelican is not, the Seagull's not back yet. All right, one more. This Portnoy story. And Henry and all have been trying to get him. The guy's squirrely. He's hard to get on. The guy that runs all these sports bars. And the Temple student, we know it's at least one, this Mohammed Khan, allegedly, in all news stories. It brings into question, and here are Temple students for justice in Palestine. Now, I think this student, as rabid as he might be, anti-Jewish, anti-Israel, has freedom of speech, the one with the sports bar thing. And Temple's going to have to figure out a way to deal with it. But the group that should not be allowed to have any pedigree of the school goes along with their function as a student group is the Justice in Palestine group that's on Temple's campus. That's different, giving them the okay, student groups, etc. Listen to these Temple students, Justice in Palestine, holding a panel discussion to honor, and there's a bigger reason than to just honor, Mumia Abu Jamal.
So we see this existential connection between the Palestinian students movement and the political prisoners. So the Palestinian student, the day after of Oslo, they changed their activism from the campus to the armed struggle. If Palestine is liberated, this means this is a nail to dismantle the United States of America.
We know it's a victory when a red triangle goes above an Israeli soldier's head and the pig gets iced. We know that's a victory. We know it's a victory when prisoners break out. We know it's a victory when all these things happen. But a lot of people don't necessarily know that. And it's not their fault they don't know that. It's our fault.
We will free Mumia because it is our job to destroy imperialism, destroy the United States, and destroy capitalism and the system of extraction that it relies on to perpetuate itself. And we will do it by organizing in a manner that actively undermines and destabilizes the legitimacy and the power of the state and the power and legitimacy of capitalism.
All right, so the question is this. I don't know how many of these students on campus there at Temple are here on student visas or whatever the heck it is, or they legal, et cetera, up and down the line. But you notice the symbolism of Mumia Abu Jamal. It never ends. It's about destroying the United States. How many times do we say it's not just anti-Semitism, it's not just about Israel, it is about destroying the United States? And I would argue, rather than worry about this goofball with blank the Jews that did this at Barstool, he has freedom of speech to do this. Now, if he's in the country, though, this might be a guy you take a look at again with the student visa. What are his comments on Hamas and other things? I think he might not be here as a citizen. We'll have to find out. But groups like this, colleges should not put the pedigree on them. That's the difference. That's where they're violative. An individual spouting off, even if it's hateful, as long as it's not confrontational harassment, there are lines that can be driven. So I'm going to be looking to see what Temple's going to do about all this. All right, coming up, it is the lightning round. All you have to do is hit us with that all-time photo that you think drives something or other, coming off the Trump photos, which are hard to beat, winning the Pulitzer. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football, that's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with "F the Jews" signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-707-8989. 800-707-8989. 800-707-8989.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/radio. That's Hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, Fox has made the chimney pipe now look almost invisible with the wall. They finally, is Dan directing me, or is it Henry here telling them, hey, that's not a news story, they're going home. It's down to the wire. They're going to decide any minute now. Midnight tonight, they're going to be like 5 in the morning.
What are they going to do when it's completely dark outside and you can't see anything in that little tiny box in the corner?
Yes. And you won't, the seagulls.
I've started a pursuit. I have pursued the seagull for an interview, Dom. You don't have to ask. We're already
I was on that. Jonathan Livingston Seagull is the one that I
Can you
watched.
give an imitation of, Seagull, Dom?
Oh, yes, I do. Here's what the seagull's saying. Oh, who was that? Was that Dan or Henry? That sounded like Henry.
That was the seagull. I
got
it.
The seagull.
The seagull that came in. We need.
Why did you ditch the Conclave seagull? Yeah, great answer. Great answer.
Oh my God! All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware in the lightning round. All right, Phil, what's yours? What's the photo? Yo, Phil. He had Nixon boarding Marine One. Yeah. Joe in Exton, the great Joe of Exton. Joe, what's yours?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. Before the Berlin Wall was built, the Russians had strewn coils of barbed wire along the boundary of East and West Berlin. My iconic picture is that of a German man making a leaping jump over the barbed wire and landing in West Berlin and into freedom.
That's a great one, Joe. That is an all-timer. The guy looking around, and all of a sudden he ditches the gun, and he's jumping over the wire. The wire was on the ground. It was that kind of strewn across and into freedom. Famous, very famous. The Tiananmen Square guy I took off the list, facing down the tanks. Frank in South Philly. Frank, what's yours?
Hey, Dom, good afternoon. Thank you for taking the call. I'm going to say the catch underneath the catcher in the World Series with Pete Rose catching I believe it was Boone that was dropping the ball and he caught it right underneath his glove, Pete Rose. He caught the ball, saved the game.
For that alone and the takeout of Fosse, sadly, Fosse was a great player in the All-Star game. Pete Rose is up there in my top 3 favorite players in any sport at any time. Nobody else would have been hustling and caught that ball.
Hey, Dan, can I mention one other thing?
Sure.
I've been informed today that the Rizzo statue, Mayor Rizzo statue, they're having a meeting tomorrow, but only a selected group is city officials and the few people that are invited to that meeting. It's not open to the public, but it's going to be set for tomorrow. They're having it tomorrow.
You go to that meeting, Dom?
No, I have to talk to Jody, but no. But Friday, George Paquetta, Dan, you've gotten on, is going to be on. And the meeting, I'm hoping, is finally telling us the Frank Rizzo statue is freed and where might it be going? That's the critical question. Dan, you still like the ballpark. And it has to be a secure, they're going to go wild, the mob, with this.
Put it out next to Xfinity Live. Get some photo ops going. It could be the new Rocky statue for all the Eagles fans.
How about the Xfinity Mobile Arena?
By the way, I have names for that. Which one will it be?
Whoa.
The Cell, the X, XMA, XM, the call center, the phone, or the Xbox?
Call center. I like the call center.
I kind of like the Cell. We're going to be calling it the Cell.
You know what? That's actually kind of cool.
I remember the guy for Lincoln Financial who said, and we don't want you, big announcement when they took the lifetime rates, whatever they are, we don't want you calling it the Link. And instantly, everybody in Philadelphia was determined to call it the Link or the ballpark, or what is the news called? They call it something else. The Bank.
Yeah.
They just, the bank is, you're going to the
link.
bank.
Yeah,
the link,
need something catchy for the third one.
Think X, the X.
So I kind of like the Cell. You like the call center.
Call center, it's funny.
Yeah.
All right, the Earl of Tacony, what's his photo? Earl, what's yours?
Well, you've been talking about Nixon all day, and every president has iconic photos. You have a Resolute desk photo. You have a Marine One photo. You have a meeting celebrity photo. But the one photo of Nixon that is uniquely Nixon from the Big Lebowski, Nixon bowling at the White House bowling alley. I mean, it just screams, that's the 60s. At the time, it was cool and hip, and now it's dated.
And it's the bowling shirt, the whole thing. I know exactly how Nixon looks in that. How did the guy become president twice? Just sheer brilliance and determination. Oh, boy, here's a good one. Ted in King of Prussia. Ted, what's yours?
Well, just imagine, Dom, you're down in Wildwood Beach, and you're looking at the ocean, and you see this person come walking up with water running down over her body. She has a gold bathing suit with her dreadlocks. Bo Derek.
Yes, I interviewed Bo Derek. I forget what the reason was. It was mesmerizing, though. That'd be quite a scene at Mulligan's at Bo Derek to revisit that famous photo shoot on the Wildwood Beaches. The hair coming down. That's way before. And we're not sexist. We don't usually go for answers like that. But that's pretty classic. Mike in Philly. Mike, what's yours?
How about Muhammad Ali standing over Sonny Liston?
Shocked the world. It shot Lewiston, Maine, right? Hard to believe. Lewiston, Maine, they held that fight. Yeah. Ali over Liston. Sonny Liston was the most frightening figure. More frightening, arguably, than Mike Tyson. Arguably. And Muhammad Ali.
No, there's no way.
Oh, yeah. Sonny Liston.
I don't even know much about Sonny Liston, but Mike Tyson was one threatening individual.
Oh, yeah. Now, when I interviewed him, it wasn't face-to-face. He was brilliant. He really was a smart guy in a bizarro kind of way. He was. Yeah. I forget the book or what it was, but that's a once in a lifetime. Sonny Liston, though, Dan, people would tell you that shocked them that Muhammad Ali could even get in a ring with him. And I think he was afraid. And yet somehow or another, maybe there was some tanking going on there. So, all right, who did you like today?
I hate to admit, but I thought Drew and Upper Darby's call spurned a lot of conversation.
It did.
In Wilt Chamberlain's 100
Yes,
point.
it did. Because of your
piece of paper, fake news picture.
You've had two bad moments. That and saying that pizza is a vessel for barbecue ribs, et cetera. Henry even
barbecue ribs?
has nodded that on his list. That's a headline. Pizza, the vessel. And Henry, what's yours?
In addition to the Wilt 100 points, I really like Joe and Columbus's call of Marilyn Monroe on the subway.
Not bad.
I thought that was a little educational call.
Educational. All right. I got to go with Dan on this one. The Wilt thing is just amazing. It happened, but I understand there wasn't a lot of social media back then. And how did Wilt go back to his apartment in New York? He got into a small car with 4 or 5 New York Knicks, who were the opposition.
Oh, man.
And Wilt drove back with them. Telling you, when I saw Wilt coming down that hallway at WWDB, I was saying, Paul W. Smith, get out of that booth. I'm taking over. I know you're sick, and I'm on standby here. I want to interview Wilt. Get out of the way.
Dom, if I put you up against remarkably unathletic people a foot undersized, I think you two would shine as well.
Henry rejects that. He knows the true greatness of Wilt.
I do.
When it comes
I believe
to sports,
this happened.
There you go. Thank you. Don't be a denier. All right, Rich Cioli. What a night last night with Rich, Dawn, and Nick. And it'll be up on streaming. It'll be sometime soon. I don't know the date. We'll let you know. But if you missed last night, you missed a lot of great stuff. And Dan, too. The questioning was brilliant stuff. Rich, for 4 big hours to take you home. We're back tomorrow, noon until 3, here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie-cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep. Family-owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange.
and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Hi, this is Larry Steiners, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday,